All right, the stream is going to start in a little bit. Um, I just have to and I'm on time right now. It's like 2:58 my time. So we got like 2 minutes till the stream officially starts, but I might edit this out if I remember to or get a chance to, but just gonna post the stream to my platforms and then 3 o'clock we are to be started. Let's see. My internet's going slow. Hopefully the internet doesn't like kick me out this time because during my Raven stream, my Wi-Fi went out. So just hoping that doesn't happen. But time will tell. All right, let me go to Instagram and upload this. I mean, technically, as long as I don't know, dog. I don't know. I really don't. Oh, jeez. I uploaded the wrong thing. All right, I'm just gonna go to my Twitch, wherever my Twitch is. And then we're gonna go ahead and get started. Gosh, dude. It's really bothering me that my Wi-Fi is going so slow, but let me take this stream starting soon down. Or actually, I'll wait till I can upload this, but all right, yeah. Here we go. It's still technically 3, so I'm technically not, you know, late. Okay. It's 3:01. I need to there we go. All right, so stream's about to start. And for this one, I should I should be able to get through this without um taking a break because I usually break for lunch, but I have my food pre-prepared, if that makes sense. So I'll probably just eat it during the stream. You might just hear me smacking or something like that, or I might just sit in. Usually not too many people sit and watch the stream, so I'll probably be all right to just sit and eat anyway. And if somebody pops in the chat, I can you know, whatever. But today we are going to be drawing Blackfire from Teen Titans. So I'm starting the villains this week. So I plan to do Blackfire, um, maybe Control Freak and Trigon, and then Terra and Slade. So I'm planning to do a set of 5, and then I'll probably call it for the Teen Titans. I was thinking about stopping after the good guys, but here we are. But yeah, so far I've drawn Robin. This was the first one that I did. I'm really proud of him. I've drawn Cyborg. I think Cyborg looks nice, arguably my best one. Starfire I think looks amazing. Raven looks awesome, and then Beast Boy also looks really cool. In my opinion, I'm kind of glazing my own art, but I'll leave them here for right now. But yeah, I'm gonna reference the kind of Teen Titans, like the 2003 version for And Blackfire does not usually look like this in like the original Teen Titans like comic, but I'm mostly going for like the 2003 version. So I'm gonna go ahead and go 1350. No, 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 no. I'm wrong. 1080 by 1350. I don't know if you guys can see me changing the numbers, but and again, that's like an 8 by 10 type drawing. So I'm gonna also go to file and I'm gonna just go time lapse and record the time lapse because if I don't, then I won't have anything to upload later, and then that'll set me back quite a bit and make me lose a lot of work. Um, let's see. Make sure the stream is the stream's up. So let's see what else. Okay, okay. So the thing with Blackfire, if you don't know, and I'm gonna just go pick a blue, so I can do like the undersketch or whatever. But Blackfire is Starfire's sister. She's usually, if not always, a bad guy. So, and with the Teen Titans version or the 2003 version, she looks pretty much identical to Starfire. She has like slightly different eyes, and her hair is just like this darker, kind of violet, purple, bluish color. So, we're gonna keep that in mind. And let's see how I want to do this. We are. I'm gonna start with the head, and I'm gonna bring this Starfire drawing the closest to this one so that I can constantly reference it. And what I could do is literally just make Starfire's hair darker and change her eye color, and then I could really just call it there if I wanted to. But that's kind of lazy. I want her to be her own different character because they're not twins or anything like that. But I do want them to look alike, and I want this to be a full on live stream. So I'm gonna take my time and have fun with it. So let's start off with the head, and I'm just kind of gonna try to mimic what I did with Starfire. So I gave her kind of like almost this I want to say like acorn shape for like the head, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna kind of do that. Maybe elongate her head ever so slightly. Maybe make it a little bit sharper, make her feel more dangerous, something like that. And then just normal kind of ears here. Let's see. Again, maybe bring that head up a little bit. And we're just trying to get a basic shape of the head. I'm gonna bring down like a center point. And I didn't always do this kind of I want to say they do this with a lot of manga especially or but just kind of mapping out where the eyes and things are gonna go. But it really helps kind of center the face if that makes sense. And I never feel like I'm doing it right either, but I do it anyway. Let's see. And since I'm only drawing the head for right now, I can make it bigger so that way I can get some better detail going. All right, and then with Starfire's nose, I kind of had like let me see if I can explain it, like a kind of triangular shape, which all noses kind of have, but see if I can make this also maybe a little bit sharper. I want her features to feel like they could stab you. And also with her eyes, she kind of has like these low, like almost mesmerizing eyes that kind of square off. So I want her to look a little seductive, if that makes sense. Oh, this is not looking as good as it did in my sketches. But we're gonna trust the process. Like you can always like redraw over this as many times as you want. It's kind of like painting to an extent. I'm gonna try to add like music to this next week. I meant to do that this week, like maybe just have a little bit of music on in the background, but I didn't get around to it. So, and one thing I might do, because I like to take creative liberties with some of these. As you can see with Beast Boy, he's drastically different. I think I want to give her maybe like a little tiara or a headpiece or something like that, because I want to say her and Starfire are both like princesses, if I'm not mistaken, or some form of um royalty or high power or something like that. Especially Blackfire. I want to say that's usually how she's written, like a princess of Tamaran or something like that. So I want there to be some kind of royalty and like aspect to it. And plus, she sometimes in Teen Titans or even Teen Titans Go, I want to say she has like a headdress or a hair piece or something like that. So I think I want to keep that. Let me see this. I'm going to just kind of look at how her eyes are here. That'll give me a good example. Um, then like a sly grin. We don't really need to focus on the mouth though. The mouth is gonna be an afterthought here. I'm not on the right brush. So yeah, I've done multiple live streams this year, but this is my sixth Teen Titans drawing. Whoops. So obviously I did the five members in the show. And Teen Titans is kind of like the Avengers in a sense, or the Justice League. The members kind of vary depending on what iteration you're reading, like the comic or the adaptation or whatever. So they're not always the same. Okay. Let's see. Let me reference Starfire again. So with Starfire, I had her hair kind of come up in the center and then have like these little bangs. So I'm gonna do a similar thing with Blackfire. I want them to appear similar but have some differences. And I think if I had her bangs a little bit maybe squared, or maybe if it was just like one solid bang or something like that. Again, I want it to be sharp, whatever it is. Like it'll stab you. So maybe have them come in at like a more extreme angle, I guess, maybe. Like I don't know, something about Starfire's hair just seems friendly. Let's see how I want to do Blackfire's. Uh, this is gonna be difficult. I didn't do as many sketches, admittedly, with like Blackfire because I was like, I'll just copy Starfire, which I low key wish I did a few more sketches. I definitely sketched before I even started this though. I always do some preliminary sketches. Oh, this is difficult. I think these like squared off bangs might work though. Right now it's just a really rough sketch. So let's kind of clean that up. That might work actually. Again, I want all of her features to be similar to Starfire's but different at the same time. So, and then she's got like these little, front like this front portion to her hair similar to Starfire. So we'll start that off, but we'll continue it as we like go along and flesh it out. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. We got a basic shape of the head. And I think I want to make her hair straight as opposed to Starfire's that gets like curly, or at least the way I do it gets curly on the ends. I think I want to make Blackfire's just straight. I might have it come out at an angle, but I'll make it maybe taper down to make it kind of sharp. If that makes sense. It'll make sense as I go along. But I'm gonna shrink this head. I think the ears are kind of big, but it's fine. And I'll center everything in a bit, but whoops. And I want her to look a bit more cartoony, so I'll probably make the neck a little bit thinner. In fact, let me just go ahead and erase the neck indefinitely. I think that'll fit a little bit better because I want to say even like how she's drawn. Yeah, here you see how thin her neck is. That's how a lot of cartoons are. Not even just women, men. If I had a Robin drawn, I'm pretty sure Robin's neck is kind of thin too. Now, when I drew Cyborg, I purposefully made his neck thicker to give him more of a big dude kind of aesthetic. But you could see like even Beast Boy made his neck pretty thin. Same thing with the other girls. Their necks. pretty thin. It's cartoon. So the way I'm drawing her kind of, I don't know if y'all seen that one Junji Ito. I need to watch Junji Ito. It's been like a year and I missed it for Halloween, but like that one character with like the two heads. That's kind of what this reminds me of. But yeah, I'm just gonna map out this neck. And I kind of want it to overlap with the head so I kind of know where I'm gonna put everything. In my sketchbook. Okay. And similar to Starfire, I want to make something that gives the appearance of fire, something flaming, and that could be her hair, that could be her tiara that I add, or what something on her outfit. I don't know what that'll be. This might be a little bit harder, but the body is gonna be tough. Okay, let's try it. Let's just have like you know, try to map out a body, give her like this kind of hourglass. It's gonna be very rough at first. This draw like chest is gonna be right around here, which means I probably need to put the midsection a bit lower. You know, you'd swear I know how to draw bodies after I've drawn them like a million times, but I really don't. I really just BS every time I do this and just hope it comes out right. Which, to an extent, is kind of how artwork. Sometimes you can be more calculated about it. I feel like it's a little bit more fun when you don't, especially when it comes to making cartoons. But I'm admittedly just an amateur, so I'm just faking it till I make it. And after all of these, I do like to turn these into little animations, which I technically haven't actually animated any of these. I more so just turn them into puppets and move them around, which is an animation, but it's not I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, let's just kind of map out her arms. I'm trying my best not to make her look like big. I draw a lot of superheroes, and so when it comes to like the female physique, it's kind of hard because I'm used to drawing these like muscular men half the time. And Blackfire is not very muscular at all. I could probably get away with making her a little bit toned, but she's not muscular. So this is gonna be a bit difficult. Some people can draw women really easily and then they can't draw men. Some people don't draw people at all. Some people like kind of animal, kind of anthropomorphic characters, which there's nothing wrong with any of the above. I feel like I need like a reference for this pulled up on the side. Let me not even say that. I'm gonna try to keep decent composure throughout this so I don't like get tired and burnt out through it. Cause I don't know, I was like excited to do this live stream, but at the same time, I was and I don't know, something about this always makes me a little bit anxious, I guess. Not really nervous when I do these per se anymore, but there's always this kind of like there's a performative aspect to it. You got to perform. So it's like, and my performance is kind of predicated on how well I do in this drawing. So if the drawing looks butt cheeks, then it feels like I performed like butt cheeks. So I kind of want to make almost like these kind of shoulder pads because I made Starfire's outfit more like armor, and I kind of want to do a similar thing with Blackfire, and that'll make her very similar to Starfire but different at the same time. And I gave Starfire a little star emblem, which I think is adorable and I think fits the character really well. I don't know why they don't implement like stars on her design more, but for her, I want something akin to a flame, but I was thinking maybe the sun. Like if I had something to like indicate a sun or something like that, or like because I feel like if Starfire has a star, then her having the sun, and then there's it kind of evokes her original design. There's like this little almost flower thing in her in like the centerpiece of her outfit. So, and even though I cut these live streams off at a certain point around like 9, it's I always go back to these to do cleanups because you're never if you do your drawing in one take, there's a lot of stuff you can miss. It's like watching a show one time through. It doesn't really matter how attentive you are. There's certain foreshadowing and hidden messages that you won't catch the first time through. And I think it's the same thing when you're making a drawing. It's like even though you made it, there's a lot of like things you might have wanted to add that you forgot to add. You're not perfect, so you need to like constantly look back. But I also want her arms to have some kind of metallic portion to it. So I'm gonna map them out like her regular arms. And then they also have like these like gauntlets at the end of them, kind of similar to like Starfires. But I want to make these a little bit more prominent because like I said, she's already gonna have a bit more armor. I'm gonna make them come out a little bit more too. Again, we want kind of these sharp I guess appendages maybe would be the word. I don't know. But I think so far it's looking halfway decent. Let me actually draw out the arm because I feel like I didn't draw the other one pretty well. So yeah, let's do that. Let's bring this out a little bit more. And she's already looking more like an alien princess type character, which is good. Which is good. It's not necessarily what I was going for, but it fits the character. Yeah, she needs some kind of crown or tiara up here for like the royalty aspect. I'm just gonna like kind of map it out. Let's go. And then I want it to resemble a flame. It doesn't have to literally be a flame because I want it to be symmetrical, but I want it to feel like fire. Yeah, 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 yeah. It partially reminds me of the one skin for like the one skin in Marvel Rivals, the not Punk Child, but the magic skin where she's got like the I don't even know what it's if you know you know, but that's what this is kind of reminding me of right now. And I might be a little inspired by it. I kind of had that in mind when I was drawing this, but or sketching it out, I should say. I'm drawing it right now. So yeah, I'm thinking about like different things to do after the Titan stuff because I don't want to be sitting here drawing a bunch of freaking teenagers for for like the rest of these live streams. But yeah, if I time this right, then I should be done with the villains by like November. So if you guys want to see any other characters, be sure to let me know, like or other franchises, because again, one I don't want to stick on Teen Titans forever, and also I kind of can't. Like, there's only so many Titans characters that I could. There's only so many of any character I could draw. Like if I was drawing freaking Marvel or something like that, that'd be a whole different story. Is there Marvel is practically infinite in like what I can draw, but okay. And I added these kind of lines because Blackfire has like a bit more armor or at least metal everywhere. I don't know if it's actually armor per se, but it's like metal everywhere. Let me see. Maybe if I oh whoops, whoops, whoops. I think so far this is a halfway decent sketch. Let me see if I like I'm messing this up. I want to kind of make this a little bit sharper. See, but that's kind of giving Fire Nation, and I really don't want this to look like a Fire Nation inspired outfit. So I'm gonna leave that alone. But I do want I kind of like the metal-esque plating right here, and it kind of matches with Starfire's design. So I like that. You know, I want to base this off of my design as well as the original 2003 design. And I know these like Teen Titans. Again, they vary by iteration, but this is the 2003 version is what I'm really inspired by, and I wanted to evoke that, but add my own spin to it. And that's the tricky part, because if I draw it one to one, then I feel like it's less interesting and less original. But if I can kind of use that and put my own spin on it, then it shows respect, it shows my inspiration, and it shows my finesse as an artist. So, artist, quote unquote. Somebody's gonna comment and be like, well, "You're not an artist." Like, yeah, I am, but like, I'm not the best, you know. But who is the best? Half of this is just an excuse for me to talk to myself. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's half of what this is. All right, so let me. I'm gonna take a little bit of inspiration from her, like OG design from like the comics. Not a lot, not a lot, but there's a few things that I did like. So her entire upper portion, from what I can see in like the original comic design, I'm assuming this is like, how do I describe this? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's got a lot of like metallic portions of it to it. I mean, so you know what I want to do, which makes more sense to me because let's say in this version, you can't really see it, but it's like the metal and then like the kind of clothing under the metal, then it goes right back to metal. So it would be like these like metallic portions I have on the arm and on the chest, and then it goes like the where like the boobs are, they kind of be like clothes, and then it go right back to metal in the middle. I don't want to do that. I want to have the middle be like the kind of clothes, and then um yeah, the top portion be like the armor. I think that'd be a lot more cool. So let me see. Starfire, I think Blackfire in the show doesn't really show off her stomach because of like the metal portions. I think I'll keep it like that. She's a bit more conservatively dressed, and I think that differentiates her from Starfire because even though she doesn't show off as much skin, she still comes off as like, I really don't want to compliment these characters too much because they are like young characters and I don't want to be weird, but she still comes off as like provocative and everything like that. If you were watching Teen Titans as a kid, you were crushing on both of these characters. Let's keep it real, or just all of the characters. In all honesty, they were characters you crush on. Let's be real. But yeah, she's giving queen or princess vibes, which is good. I think an evil princess, that'll be the vibe we go for, which was kind of the intent in the first place. But ah, jeez, what did I do? Okay, let's move this over a little bit, and now we're kind of gonna draw like the legs. I say kind of, but that's exactly what we're finna do. I'm gonna shrink her a little bit more because I want whenever I draw and I feel like there's not much room, I just compress it and I really don't want that. You ever wrote something and then it's like too close to the edge of the page, so you like bunch everything up and then make the sentence look weird? It's kind of like that. If that makes any sense. So we're just kind of gonna almost stick man this right quick and just like kind of map out a couple legs, kind of see where we want them to end and to begin. Yeah, and something like that maybe. And we want them to not necessarily be symmetrical, but we want them to how do I put this? We don't want them to look like they're facing any particular side. So we want to make them look like they're facing forward, but also still have the feet come out like this. And one other thing that I want to do is give her like these little heels. I think that'd be cool. It makes her feel more like a princess or like some authority figure with heels as opposed to Starfire who has like these boots. They're a bit cuter, friendlier. The kind of heels make it feel more dominating and powerful. So we're gonna go with that for her. Again, similar to Starfire but different is what we're going for. I think I definitely made these legs too short, but I can always fix that. We're just getting a general shape for right now. And I could copy and paste the legs, but I feel like if I draw it twice, then that kind of it's a good practice to do. I'm not the best with drawing like legs and shoes and stuff like that. So it's good practice. But also if I draw one better than the other, it gives me like twice good chance of making something look good. Whereas otherwise I'd kind of have to just keep redrawing it. So I hope all that makes sense. But I think we're off to a decent start. I think, like I said, the legs can be either a little bit longer or just brought down a bit. Or they might be all right, actually. We'll test it out in a second, just see how we're feeling. The head is a bit big. I think that's another issue. That might be the biggest issue, actually, just the head is too big, but the head is huge, actually. Like, yeah, I shrink a lot of these characters' heads because they come out too big. So I'm just going to go to my pencil tool and then just kind of have like this kind of flat hand, similar to how I did Ravens and Starfires. Just this kind of spade, flat, front facing hand. This is a very rough sketch, so it doesn't look the best right now, but trust me, it'll look halfway decent by the time I'm done. Maybe not perfect, but it'll look halfway decent. Boy, this is rough. Boy, this is rough. So yeah, I think if she had like a kind of one piece outfit under like the middle portions, I think that'd be good. I want to triangulate it right here. I love using that word. I use that in like every stream. Like I make it my business to use that. And I think if I like centered it here a bit, like I said, we kind of want to make everything sharp. Not exactly sure how I feel about that actually, but I kind of like how I did in the belt though. Let's see. Now the question is, do I want to make these heels like almost like the boots like Starfire has? I feel like that's not a good idea. But I do feel like some metal somewhere along here would be nice. Like maybe a metal plating around the midsection, maybe? That might be doing too much. See, now she's looking like super heroine, and that's not what I'm going for. I think a decent like one piece, kind of similar to how I did with like Beast Boys fit. That might be good for this. But I also feel like, what if, what if the shoes were like metallic, right? And they were kind of like, I think that might be the move actually. Yeah. Let me, because I want to like still hold the original like shape of this fit. I guess this would be a good time to go ahead and redraw everything. Before I do that, do I want to shrink the head here? Let me duplicate it and then I'll shrink the head. So that way I can always go back to the original. One of the many perks of digital drawings and whatnot. See, Control T. And then I'm just gonna shrink this down a bit. Because again, the head was way too big. I don't know if that's too much better. Yeah, let's go with this for right now. I can always change the size. Okay, Control D. I'm gonna turn this up a bit. So now we have like the rough sketch, and we're just gonna like redraw it. So we'll start a new layer. Lower the opacity of this one more time. And I'm actually gonna make the whole drawing bigger. So that way I can get some better detail going. So let's increase the size of that. And it's off centered. So let me move that over a bit. But yeah, we're just kind of gonna define some of these areas in the face. And I kind of like how she almost has like these bags under her eyes. I might keep that. But yeah, let me change my brush size too while I'm at it. Just kind of have those kind of low tapered eyes, I guess, for lack of better description. I'm not exactly sure how I want to draw these. They're kind of squared off in the original. In fact, let me look at the original right quick. Yeah, they're kind of rounded at the bottom. They're like sharp in certain areas and then like rounded in others. So let's keep that going. Let's round it off at the bottom a little bit. And I think that looks a little bit better. Again, we want these features to feel like they'll cut you. That's the vibe we want. I know like in music and things like that, they're like using they're trying to be like descriptive with certain music, so you want things to sound a certain way and give a certain feeling. And I know that's weird when you have things that you can't literally feel, like, visual art or music that's auditory. But there's a certain feeling. Like when your leg falls asleep or something like that, and then it feels like static or something. It's kind of like that. I kind of like how her face is a bit rounded, but I do want certain parts, maybe like a sharp or jawline around certain areas. I'm not the best with faces, but this is a cartoon and I can get a lot away with a lot more with this. Maybe even make her mouth sharp. I don't know how I like that grin. I think I liked it better the first time. But yeah, let's go back with the eyebrows. And we'll just leave them there. We're gonna go with the hair, and it doesn't have to be perfectly centered. I think it's better that it's not perfectly centered. And we're just gonna square these little areas. And I think that looks great actually. Again, similar to Starfire, not exactly like Starfire. If they were twins, this would be a little bit different. I probably still wouldn't copy and paste. I'd figure out something, but I'd be able to get away with it if I did. Which I still probably can, but I don't want to. I think it's also a good practice to see how well you can practically redraw something or literally redraw something without tracing it. That's the mark of an artist. Let's see. Yeah, I think that does the trick there. Let me see. Maybe even have like a little. Is that doing too much? I think that fits. Yeah, I like this design. I like this design. Um, did I erase? Oh, I moved that up. Okay, I was like, why is there? All right, all right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Let's draw the neck again right here. And again, we're just kind of going over the outline to just confirm what we want, right? If that makes sense. I'll bring her shoulders down a little bit, come in right here where the arms are. And, with the symmetry brush or symmetry ruler, it would be a lot easier to make this symmetrical. But I I explain in every video, I kind of don't want that, so if that makes sense. We're kind of gonna try to map out these boobies and just bring them in a bit. And these are kind of gonna have like a metal plating around them, so but I don't have to get too in detail with them. Trying to see. I don't like how it's like I have mixed feelings about it being triangular. Let me try something. What if I like made it come in and come back out? I don't think that helps. I don't think that helps. Or if I kind of had it at a less steep angle, maybe. I think that kind of works actually. And then just kind of come in right here at like the center. And the body might actually need to be brought up a bit. I don't know. Like she feels a little long in the midsection. But yeah, we're just gonna kind of gonna. I don't know why I'm slurring my words right now, but then we're kind of just gonna bring this middle part in right here too. I don't know if I like that actually. Eh, I do and I don't at the same time. Like I don't know, something about it. Maybe if it was like something like this, where it's like an actual centerpiece or something. Uh, hmm. I don't know, something about this belt I'm not feeling. Let me go back to the see in the original design, she doesn't have one. I think she doesn't need one either. Also, I can kind of see why they like there are certain iterations where they make Starfires and Blackfire like actually black. Like looking at these older designs, I could definitely see why they did it. They have very Afrocentric features, like the curly hair and just like the way they dress and stuff like that. Not to say the way you dress is necessarily tied to a race, but I can see the vision. I can definitely see the vision. We'll leave it as like a singular band for right now and see how we like it later, I guess. But let's see the hips. We're just kind of gonna bring this in. Yeah, I think those legs definitely need to be a little bit longer, but you're gonna bring in. Oof, I don't like that. And I think a lot of the time the Tamaranians are depicted with the kind of orange hair and Blackfire as an outlier, but I like it, so I'm gonna keep it. It's as simple as that. Usually I would change something like that, but I rock with it. It makes her a lot more iconic and memorable and a lot different than Starfire. And you can BS and make a canonical reason why she has that hairstyle or hair color. Let me see. I might actually just make it a full armored design. I don't know if I want to do that though. I'll see as we go along. Maybe actually I might actually make this under part. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about that in all honesty. I really don't. I genuinely don't. Okay. So let's do these arms. And I kind of, like I said, I kind of want her to have like some sort of armor, maybe similar to like a something closely fitting, like maybe some chainmail or something like that. I'd actually look up some knight's armor or something like that. I don't want it to be like one to one, but I don't know. When I think of some like metallic armor, especially dealing with like noble or nobility and stuff, I kind of think knight's armor. Which I know the game plan is like literally right in front of me to an extent, because like, oh, you could just literally draw her out. But I don't want to do that. You know, I want to put my own spin on it. It's what I do. You feel me? I need a therapist or something. All right, so we bring in that other shoulder and just rework this part. That arm is definitely not as big as the other one, which is fine. I don't want this design to be asymmetrical. Like Starfires, I don't really feel the need for Blackfires because her original design doesn't have any asymmetry to it, whereas Starfire had like different bands, if that makes sense. And I feel like her not being asymmetrical also helps to give that kind of royalty look. I'm not using that arm, so I'll keep that in mind when I redraw this. But yeah, let's try to map out these thighs and legs. And again, I'm thinking of making. Ooh, I like how I did that. But yeah, I'm thinking of making these kind of metallic, maybe either metallic shoes or something like that. So let's see, how do I it would be best to make like the knees like that if I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure. I'll figure that out in a minute, but let's do this. I'm gonna try to come like do the whole drawing, but depending on how I feel, I might cut the stream off early. Um, if I don't feel like doing like the colors or anything like that, but I should just knock it out. I should be straight. I don't want to give any half effort or anything like that. I'm just kind of drawing these to like see which leg I like better when I draw it. Uh, okay. So a few things. I feel like the legs aren't long enough, and maybe like the body is too long. So what one obvious thing I could probably do is to like bring up this whole body a little bit, if that makes sense. There we go. Let me bring this up. I think that helps a little bit actually. Yeah, yeah, I think proportionately yeah, she looks way too long right there. I think proportionally this looks a bit better. Let me try to bring it down a little bit more actually. Maybe right there. I think that's kind of the best of both worlds. She looked a little stubby right there, but now I think that fits a bit better. Okay. Um, let's go back to this kind of top portion. And I'm trying my best not to deviate too much from the original design, but I do want it to be my own version of Blackfire. So, Ugh. Okay, see, if I make it sharp right there, again, it's giving Fire Nation, and I don't want that. So I do like the kind of shoulder pad aesthetic and how it like comes up a bit. Let me simplify it. Yeah, just make it a little bit sharper. That'll kind of go with the design. And I do kind of like this sun that I got here. I'll bring it up a bit though. Similar to how I did with Starfire the other week. It was just a little too low. Let me bring that up. So like maybe right here. And it's something that I can change as I go if I feel like it. And again, the reason I'm doing like a kind of sun design right here is because it's a not only is it a star, kind of like how I did Starfire's thing last week, or not the week before, whenever I did Starfire, but um it's fiery. Like the sun is a giant ball of fire, so what better to put on her little chest or whatever than the literal sun, the center of a solar system, which I think, depending on what you're watching, if it has to do with space, certain places have multiple suns. So I don't know how that works. But generally, it's the center of a solar system. So I don't know. It kind of gives to that vanity aspect. So let's compare and contrast, right? Here's Blackfire, here's Starfire. So you got her. I think this fits the dynamics of both pretty well. Let me flip this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do one more time, I'm gonna just roughly, I'm not even gonna do a full redraw. I'm just kind of gonna, tone this down a little bit and just redraw the most important parts so I can make sure everything is like as cohesive as I want it to be, if that makes sense. You go with a smaller brush. Maybe a size 5 will really suffice. Like I said, I don't want to like completely redraw it. And like I said, I do kind of like these almost bags that I gave her. I don't know which one of these eyes I like better. Usually it doesn't matter though. The eye will kind of take its own shape. I think I do like how both of them look though. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Makes her, I don't know, it gives her a more menacing aesthetic to her. I might even give her some maybe sharp eyelashes right here. I don't know, that makes it feel a bit fiery too. I think that makes her feel a bit fiery. I like that actually. Maybe even have like a slight open. That might work. I don't know. Something about that grin I don't like. Like there's some that I do and something that I don't. I don't know. She almost looks a little sickly how I did it here. I don't think the eyebrows need much work. So I'll just kind of leave that there. Kind of just confirm where I want like the head and everything to be. I think I might have been doing too much right there. Maybe sharpen a bit. Again, just making sure everything's where I want it to be. Think the hair is done pretty nice. Not much need to be done there. Kind of clean up this little tiara piece. Just make sure it's kind of like in line right here. Maybe round it a little bit. And I will actually be using the symmetry. Matter of fact, let me you go ahead and do something right quick while I'm at it. Let me control T and I do want to have this kind of go towards the middle. So it's 1080, so the middle will be like 540. That's off a little bit. I would say it doesn't have to be perfect, but I want it to be perfect. All right, so let me move this back to the middle, or try to move it to the middle in the first place. Right about there. That looks okay. See, that's how I know she's off centered, but it's fine, sort of. Think in all honesty, if I just control T and then rotated her a bit, it would probably be fine. Like right about there-ish, maybe. Yeah. And then if I just like moved her over, which honestly is probably what I should have did in the first place, but yeah, something like that. But yeah, we're gonna try to keep everything in the center now, and we're gonna move everything accordingly. And again, I could just do use the symmetry brush, but then that'll make her face perfectly symmetrical, and I don't like that because that's not how faces work. Let me see. I do want this to be centered though. So why is my oh I didn't use the symmetry thing yet. See how I want to do this. Okay, let me do a new layer. And then I'll go to my where's my rulers? Yeah, my ruler, symmetrical ruler. And I'm gonna just try to go in as close as I can. That is definitely not it. Also off. Yeah, I'm trying to get it like right in the center. Not doesn't necessarily have to be perfect, but that should suffice. All right, and then I'm gonna go back to whatever this was. My pencil tool and just kind of trying to round this out. Let me rotate it a bit and make it easier. All right. That's not what I wanted. I hate that it like that I don't even know how to explain. I ain't even let me lower my brush size and then try to get these little triangle parts to this. Okay, this is not gonna be complete. Well, yeah, it kind of can, I guess. I was gonna say it can't be completely symmetrical, but I guess to an extent it can. I just have to like tweak it a bit. Something like that. Again, I'm gonna have to clean it up a bit, but I also want this how do I want this kind of like shoulder pad portion to be symmetrical as well. And so I'm gonna have to like clean up the like certain parts of this accordingly, but something like that. I think I actually can sharpen this out at the end a bit more. I didn't want to do that, but I think that actually work. Yeah, let me. Okay, so that looks good on one, and they're symmetrical, so I know it's the same, but it looks good on one side and not the other. I think I need to make it a little bit longer actually. So let me. It's very much giving Fire Nation. Don't quite want that, but I might rock. That looks way too much like the Fire Nation. Let me lower it a bit. Dang it, I'm genuinely trying to like figure out how I want this. What if I have it like contour? Might be something about the way I'm drawing it actually. I think I might take a cue from what I did last week and kind of contour it to the breast a little bit. So like have it kind of round out over the boobs, if that makes sense. I don't know if that helps. I genuinely don't know if that helps, but I don't know how I feel about this. I genuinely don't. I might have to redraw this another time, but now with the arms and things, I don't need this symmetry on, so I'm just really gonna redraw one of these arms. You get a different brush size and just kind of go over these like certain parts of this. Again, I don't need everything to like be perfect or anything like that, but I'm just trying to map out certain things. Trying to think how I want this part to be. I feel like I need to make an executive decision right now, though. It'll be well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. You know what I think I might do actually. Let me try to go back to this, turn on my symmetry, and actually have it as like a full-on chest plate like Starfire's. And then instead of like these outer portions, okay, I'm going to maybe even have it all in like one thing. Maybe? Nah, I'll leave it like right there for right now. But I do want to like change something with the arm, right? So we go here, my pencil tool, and then I think I want these to be like sharp around the edges, if that makes sense. I don't know that that works or not. I kind of like the spikes though. I kind of like the spike. I'll leave that like that for right now. I think something about it I do like. It might be doing a bit much, but I think I do kind of like that. I think that might be doing a bit too much. So I'm gonna take it easy with that. So I don't know, something about the shoulder. Let's look at Starfire's again. So hers is kind of like this shoulder pad that's like adjacent to the rest. Let's try to mimic that, but on both sides. I probably should have just copy and pasted that. I ain't gonna lie to you, but we'll yeah, kind of have like this star-shaped shoulder pad, and maybe even have. I don't want it to be that sharp because that I feel like that takes away. I feel like it definitely takes away something. Oh, this is hard. This is so genuinely hard. I do like that shape though, so I guess we'll keep that shape and maybe have this kind of cuff in at the center, if that makes sense. Okay. Let me turn off this symmetry right quick. Hit my erase. I somewhat feel that. Like I got mixed feelings about it. I also feel like I did her arms kind of weird. Let me try something. Cause I feel like, and I gotta keep thinking in 3D space. So the shoulder should kind of connect in here a bit and come down to like here. And then from like here to here, that'll be like bicep kind of territory, I believe. Not the best with anatomy, but I guess I don't really have to be. All right, right here, I'm gonna kind of separate this forearm from this little appendage right here. And I think that looks pretty cool. And then let me just end it off like right here. Add this kind of round feature to it. Maybe even come off the arm. Yeah, I think just have it have a little bit of dimension and like off-centered. Think that'd help. And then kind of draw the hand, like right here-ish. Bring the thumb out a bit, flatten it out and all that. And then just round out the bottom. Something akin to that. You know? I don't know that I like that better. I really don't. I don't know. I don't know, bro. This is a hard one. And I think I think this part is as simple as making the arm longer. I was not supposed to like completely redraw this, but that's exactly what I ended up doing. It's rough. It's actually rough. Okay, let's refer to Starfire again. So with Starfire, again, she's kind of got like this metal plating. How about I think I want to do a mix of what I did with Starfire and what I did with Beast Boy. So with Beast Boy, he's got like this under undershirt down here, and it's kind of like this one thing that connects like the pants and the arms. With Starfire, she doesn't have that. It's just like her bare skin. I think I want some of the armor to go over Blackfire, and then the under parts to just be like this one like unitard or whatever, if that makes sense. And then like again with the legs probably make them like maybe these kind of I don't even know I really don't know how to explain what I want to do with these stilettos or whatever. But I'll figure it out. I always figure it out. Uh let's have this stop like here-ish. Let me do that in this layer actually. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna just bring that down a bit like that. I genuinely don't know how I feel about that, but we gotta move on. So just bring her hips down here under this kind of belt area. All right. And then kind of how the legs come out through here. And this time I am using the symmetry brush because I might as well. Okay. I think actually having that brush on is kind of helping me with this. Okay, see, I can't do that right there. Yeah, something like this might actually work. Let me kind of round this out, sharpen that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to break this one down in shapes a bit. Something like that. Something like that. And then just kind of have this rotate around the middle like that. Something like that. Genuinely something like that. Okay. So For the arm, I think I'll just stretch the arm out a bit. I don't know what it is, but I know for a fact I drew this arm weird as heck. So let me go back. Just take this, Control T, and I'm gonna just stretch it out. Okay, yep, that's not what I wanted. Edit transform. And I'm gonna free transform. Yeah, and that should let me like stretch the arm a bit. See if I like that better. So there's the after, there's the before. Definitely like the after better. It's as simple as that, in all honesty. Now, the question is the arm too long now? Mm, I don't think it is. I think I just need to raise it up a little bit more. Yeah, most def, most def. So yeah, let me raise the whoops. Let me raise the arm a bit to like maybe right there-ish. Let me back up. Feel like our arm is a little big too, but we'll worry about that in a minute. There's other stuff that I need to like clean up with this. Actually, hold on. Let me free transform again. And I'm gonna try to like thin that arm a bit. Yeah, I think that's way better. I'll probably have to fix her hand. Her hand's looking kind of thin, but I think for the most part that's looking good. Okay, so I got mixed feelings about this whole drawing. I might have to like trace through it again, but there's a lot that I'm definitely liking about this. Again, the kind of armory right here, not the biggest fan of. I think it's not coming up high enough though. Let me turn my symmetry back on. It should be on actually. What if I have it come up like this maybe? And then if I like erase this right here, P, so that way you could see the arms, and then when the arm needs to come up, it has like room to come up. And then it can still be kind of sharp. I don't know, maybe something like I like that a little bit better actually. Yeah. Something like that actually. I kind of rock with it. I kind of rock with it. I think we're pretty much getting there mostly. And again, I'm gonna have to redraw this anyway. Not today necessarily, but I'm gonna have to redraw this at some point. So, all right, I'm gonna do one like final rough sketch just to make sure everything like lines up how I want it to. Also, I forgot to save, so hopefully this thing doesn't crash on me and I can actually save this to whatever. Oh my gosh, I thought it was bugging. Okay. I'm gonna go to my streams, Blackfire stream, and save this as Blackfire drawing. All right, let's before we move on. Here's Starfire is Blackfire. So I think Blackfire is looking kind of stubby in comparison. I also think that maybe she doesn't need like actual armor, or if she does, the armor should kind of cut off. This will be a lot easier if I could like I don't know, bro. I really don't. Let me move the head though, because I now that I've centered this, the head looks off. So let me like get this. And then the neck. That is the yeah, that is not how I wanted that to go. Um, all right, yeah, yeah. About here, we get the neck, something like that. And then I'm just gonna move this over and maybe even raise the head a bit. Control D. Ooh, I like how it's kind of layered. I think that's a happy accident that we might keep. So, let me see. Okay, so she looks a little less stubby now, for one. Let's roll with it. Let's do that. Okay. So we're gonna try to outline everything here now. I'm gonna go to like a size 5 brush, I guess. And we're just gonna confidently remap everything that I've got here. So these kind of seductive eyes, and then how they kind of square off and pinch in the middle. Let's see. Want them to have a good bit of like dimension to them, if that makes sense. Why did I put this in a vector layer? What is wrong with me? Rasterize. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Decent eyelashes. I probably could stand to make her eyes a little bit bigger. I might do that later if I feel the need, but I like the right eye better than the left. So I think once I actually do this, I'll refer to the right eye. Okay, and then we're gonna bring these bangs in a bit. Slay Queen. All right. Yeah, I'm just kind of gonna map out where I want everything to be right now. I'm gonna do the same thing with this left side. I wanted to have a little bit of asymmetry. I don't want it to be like bar for bar on each side. I will copy and paste the eyes though. It's like a pat on the back. I'm like, oh yeah, I drew this eye really well, so I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know how I feel about how I drew this face in all honesty, but it'll probably be fine in the end product. So I'll just rock with it. I want these eyebrows to be a bit more sharp. The Starfires were a bit more rounded. I want these to be a bit more sharp. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Let me stretch my hand a little bit. That's one thing about constantly doing these drawings. You can start to get cramps or carpal tunnel or something like that. So you're going to want to take a break. Now that I'm like looking at it, I don't know if I will necessarily like the right eye is definitely better. Crap. Okay. I need to turn the symmetry brush back on for the tiara because that needs to be symmetrical. Crap. I have not stretched my hands in like forever. Again, definitely if you're doing digital art or any art, you should definitely stretch your hands. So give me just a second, do these little hand exercises. But yeah, if anybody's popping in, just go ahead and let me know what you think of the Blackfire design so far. I think I'm getting somewhere with it. And I think I've made some nice happy accidents that'll help me out with this. But let me see if I could just okay, yeah, the symmetry's on. No, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Now I gotta put my symmetry tool over. How do I want to do this? Okay, symmetry ruler. I need like a count for how many times I accidentally call the symmetry ruler the symmetry brush. There's no such thing, to my knowledge. Yeah, I'm gonna put this little diamond-like thing on there. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't need to be there, but I feel like it does a lot for it being there. Yeah, I kind of rock with that. I'm not gonna lie. I think I should round it out a bit more, or maybe make it a little bit sharper. Actually, just kind of flow with it. Let's erase. So yeah, Blackfire, though she is Starfire's sister, she at least in the Teen Titans 2003 treats Starfire like garbage. Like she framed Starfire for a crime she committed. What else? She tries to have her in this like arranged marriage that so she doesn't have to do it if I'm not mistaken. I forgot what her plan in that one was, but it was like she's a horrible older sister. That's all you really need to know. Think I'll leave this tiara how it was. Or do I need? Yeah, I think I definitely need those like fiery parts. Maybe let's try one other thing actually. I think having a few more of these spikes might actually work. I don't know, something about that I do like. Let's erase. I really don't want it to look like the Fire Nation. So I'm trying my best not to make it look like the Fire Nation, but I don't know. I feel like I was on to something with that though. Let's erase this again. I know I'm putting like a lot of time into this like tiara thing, but I feel like that's what's really gonna set this off. Hmm. I think I got an idea. Let's erase this here. And I'm gonna invert how it is in her like OG comic version. Yeah, and just kind of make it like that. See, I keep thinking of the freaking magic skin every time I do this one. Like she genuinely look. I mean, I guess that it's not a problem if that is the inspiration, but it's kind of not though. Oh wait, I'm not doing the right input. Oof. Let's hit E. Let's hit E and then just bring this back in a little bit, and I think we'll be straight. we'll just let it rock for right now. If I come up with something different, I'll just come up with something different. But I think for right now, it's pretty much what it needs to be. Nothing wrong with a little inspiration here and there. So let's bring in the neck. I don't want it to be too thick or anything like that. It's kind of cartoony. And let's see how I want to do this. So because I like how it comes out in like two parts right here. So let's try that. And then let's bring it back out. Almost looks Asian inspired. And I kind of like that. And I kind of don't. Because like it's supposed to feel alien, but not like foreign. It's supposed to feel otherworldly, like extraterrestrial, but not foreign, if that makes sense. Again, kind of being nitpicky, but you want everything to be as intentional as possible. And so that's what I'm kind of trying to achieve here. I think I'm doing a mostly good job. Let's try to bring this up a little bit, actually. I feel like something about this I'm missing. Like maybe this is. Let me hit erase right quick. I feel like something about that didn't land right. Let me erase. Oh shoot. Let me erase this too. Let's try that again. Let's start with the bottom part first too. Like it can kind of come in here, and then maybe this part goes downward. I don't know, man. Something about this top part I'm having mixed feelings on. This might also be very Fire Nation inspired, but it's whatever. So like it's kind of whatever. Something about this I'm not feeling. I don't know what it is either. Any suggestions, please let me know. But yeah, I'm just kind of gonna map out the rest of this, just kind of trace one more time so when I get the outline, I know exactly what I'm doing. Bring in this hair a bit. All right. I hold on. I'm definitely referring to the wrong arm on this one. Let me hit E. And I think I drew. Shoot. Nah, actually, I think this other arm works fine. Let me hit P. And just kind of gonna redraw this right here. Want to make sure it's like sharp. Then bring in this forearm a bit. And I think if I like, it's hard to explain what I'm doing, but if I like just do that and bring in that little circular shape and then kind of draw that kind of spaded hand right here. I think that's a nice looking arm. Now that one's kind of off, but I think that's good. It looks a lot like that one Dark Child skin, and I can't get I so can't get over that. But I think that's fine. Now I'm trying to figure out how I want to do these legs. It was gonna be a pain trying to like figure out all this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, P. This is why you do more sketches. Let's see. Trying to figure out how I want to do this like little belt thing. I feel like there should definitely be something there. You know, what if we let me look up a female knight. I feel like that would also help because I'm genuinely like, okay, let's see. I think the best course would be to just make it look like Starfire since they're both Tamaranian. This could be like a Tamaranian thing. So that would be my excuse for that. Then I'll just kind of bring that in a bit. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And then maybe again, I don't want to go too crazy with like deviating, but if if I get like yeah, like metallic portions for the leg, I think that might be dope. I think that might be dope. Let me turn this dang symmetry off because it's actually getting on my nerves. Um, yeah, this might be the move actually. Yeah, maybe even like a little knee pad right here or something. I don't want to look too much like a knight, but like at the same time, it's tough. It's like genuinely tough. This is one of the roughest starts I've had. And I could always call it early if need be, but I'm gonna try not to. Okay, that I think that definitely does a lot. But I also feel like it's a little bit weird now because if it's metallic, like completely metallic on the legs, how are the legs gonna move? So I think I need to do a little bit of stylization. I think that'll definitely help. Yeah, like right there. And then maybe have like, I don't know, like this middle part. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really just trying to like see. Yeah. Hold up. That might have been tough. Let me hit E, erase that. Think that's a nice left leg, but I also think that her legs aren't long enough. Oh, snap. But something's working here. Something's genuinely working. I think the only parts that I am not feeling at all right now is it's really the chest plate. I don't know. Something about the chest plate is not doing it for me. Let's try something else with this, okay? Let's hit E. That is not what I wanted. Okay, so yeah, that's in a whole separate layer. Uh, how do I want to do this? If this were just a metal breastplate and then her body came down. Or, maybe it doesn't even have to be metal at all. Maybe this whole portion could just be the I'm genuinely not even sure how I want to do this. Like I genuinely don't know. Let's try to like, because if that were there, I think that could work actually. I think that could genuinely work. If it was like this whole middle part is just like stomach and not any metal, that might work actually. I could always change it as I go. And the last thing I think I want to just kind of tweak is the this chest plate portion. Something about it I'm not quite feeling. So let's try to tweak this again. Let's hit E, you know what I mean? And just, I don't know. We'll try to take a bit from like all of what we did. So let's hit P. And let me do this in a separate layer. Let me just play around with some stuff. If I bring it in like here, right? I'm already starting to like that. And then just bring this up. I think I like that the most. I think I genuinely like that the most. So let's try that again. But I'm gonna do this with the lost my train of thought. I'm gonna do this with like under this layer, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Okay, so let's get it started. Okay, so I'm gonna try to mimic this right here, and I'm just gonna kind of go like here-ish. Yeah, yeah. I think that's pretty tough. And then it kind of come into like right there, you know, and then we can go back, and then the arm can kind of be like right. I think that kind of tough. I think that's kind of tough. I think the arm might still need to be brought up a bit, but like other than that, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty tough. Okay. All right, yeah, I think we pretty much got somewhere with this. The arms, I think, do need to be higher or longer or something. Something's not quite right about that. I'd hate to have to like outline this again. This is already a pain to outline this, but I think at this point we might just need to go for it. What has it been like an hour and a half? We might just need to go for it and then do tweaks accordingly. So think I have a nice, solid, rough idea of what I want here. Oof. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I want to like we're gonna go for it, you know what I mean? This doesn't have to be perfect. Whoops, what did I do? But yeah, this doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just going to sit back for a sec, grab a where did I put I bring my snacks in here actually. Give me one sec. I'm gonna like take a quick walk around. Oh, I got some snacks here. I should have brought something to drink. Okay. I hate how much this looks like that one Magic Sense. Let's compare and contrast. Starfire, Blackfire. Blackfire looks a bit more brooding. Did I use that word right? I think to an extent, I kind of nailed the evil Starfire thing. And I kind of like that she's a bit more like with her shoulders kind of down. She looks more evil. Okay, so now the pieces are pretty much in place. I could redo this for like clarity. I don't think I need to redo this for clarity. So plus the stream is already like an hour and a half long, and it's probably gonna be 6 hours, but I at least want to go ahead and try to start knocking out the actual face and things like that. So let me get prepared right quick. We're pretty much just gonna go for it. Okay, let's put all of this into its own little folder or whatever, and we're just going to go for it. So, as always, let me do a new vector layer. We're just gonna start off with the face as we usually do. I'm gonna go to my G pen, set it to black. I'm gonna actually just go back to this kind of blue and then there we go. All right, so I'm gonna hit Control S to save before, just in case anything like crashes or anything like that. Mm, Okay, let's dial in the face. Let me stretch my hands again because this is uncomfortable as shit. But yeah, with the face, again, we want her to feel like Starfire, but not Starfire, if that makes sense, which it should. Um, yeah, as much as I like doing the Teen Titans, I don't know if I'll do this after these five villains, especially after I draw Slade. I think that'll probably be a wrap for the Titans characters. Yeah, I think it'll probably be Blackfire, might do Red X next week, either Trigon or Control Freak, and then Terra and Slade. I gotta remember Red X though, because I definitely forgot him earlier. Okay, Freak. Let's continue. Hopefully somebody else pops in. If not, I'm gonna try my best not to stop this after the outline. I'm not gonna stop this after the outline. In all honesty, that just feels kind of corny. I'm gonna at least try to figure out a color palette, and then throw in the towel for the day. But let's try a size 15 brush. Feel like that's a bit thick, but we'll see. Kind of like how that starts off. I kind of don't like how that starts off. It feels a little bit wavy. Well, actually, that might work. A little bit of rigidity never hurt anybody. However, nah, see, I ain't feeling that. Let's go with a size 12 brush. I'm not completely sold on the shape. However, I kind of rock with it. Let's compare. And it's very similar to Starfire, so hey, if nothing else, that's accomplished. We don't need her to have super big ears. So let me hit E. I'm gonna have my vector brush on hand because it'll be easier to knock out those little vector segments now rather than later. Okay, so I could do the eye. I should do the eyes in a separate layer, but I'm gonna go ahead and do the nose in this layer just to make it easier myself. Oh my gosh, the symmetry, the things on. Don't like how I drew that. That's a little bit better. It's almost like an arrow, right? Okay. Ooh. Okay, so with the face, let me go back to my size 12 because I do need the head to connect all the way around. And that is so that the hair, I'm so fried. The hair looks like the hair. I say fried, dude. I feel like that's a term for when you're high, and I'm very sober right now. I'm just always sober, actually. Don't do drugs, kids or adults, whoever the flip is watching right now. Me. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go to size 10 for the eyes. And we want to look pretty. We want to capture that seductiveness of this character and kind of like the sharpness, the kind of almost evil that she's got going on. We want to showcase all of that in these eyes. So we need these. Yeah, I think that's it. I genuinely think that's it. And I'm gonna bring out these lashes a bit. Let me see if that helps. And I can always change that later. And I do like these kind of, I like the kind of bagginess to it that I put under there. So that's one eye. And to make this simple on myself, I'm gonna just duplicate it, edit, transform, flip horizontal, and then it'll end up on the other side. Just trust me. And here we go. Again, trying to make this look as much like an evil Starfire as possible. Not sure how I feel about, like, I like the tiara that I did. I'm just not entirely sure that I like how I did it. In fact, I think I have an idea going forward. I might change how I did that tiara, but um I'm gonna merge the layers with the eyes, make it easier on myself. I might change how I did the eye later, but right now I just let it rock. It looks fine. How do I want to do this? Okay, so let me start a new layer and just draw the eyebrows. I'm gonna keep this size 8. I think that looks fine. I don't know. Actually, I don't like the face she's making. She looks kind of constipated. Maybe it's the mouth. I think it's the mouth, actually. I think I just need to. Yeah. Actually, I think that's fine. So let me do the same thing and just copy the eyebrows. They don't have to be like symmetrically perfect or anything like that. Like they are copies of each other, but they don't have to be like in the exact same place along the face. I think that makes it a little bit more human-like, even though she's technically not human. She's Tamaranian, but you know what I mean. Okay, so let's do the hair. But before I do that, because this is all technically a part of the face, let me start a new layer and put all this in it. And then the same like way I drew the head, I'm going to bring this inside part of the hair down And that's so like if I wanted to animate the bangs, then I gotta animate the bangs without animating like this front part of the hair. Let me see. Starfire is a good example. So her hair is the same way. It's like it's connected to the head right here, and then the back of the hair it's its own thing. The front part of the hair it's its own thing. That's how I'm about to do it here. If that makes sense. So let's see. I'm not sold on how I did those eyes, but I don't feel like doing it again right now. Yeah. Okay, so the front part of the hair. Here's how I'm gonna do this. Let me lower the opacity of everything else. And then I think I'll go with a size 10 brush. I think that'll be fine. I'm gonna start a new vector layer. And then I'm gonna go out like this. Let me go in at a little bit sharper of an angle. That might work. Lower my brush size a little bit. And see. Oop. Let me hit E. Oh, geez. Think that works. That might actually. I think that works. And I'm gonna draw the other side as well. I don't think that worked. I definitely need some music in here. Some music will set it off. Jeez, I got a bot. Okay. Let's go to size 7 on here. I feel like I might have made these lines. Oh, geez. I feel like I might have made these lines a little bit too big. I feel like I probably should have had a smaller brush for this. Well, I don't know. I kind of like that. Like it makes her feel a little bit more unhinged that her hair is kind of like it's not smooth or anything like that. I don't know. Like if I compare it to Starfire's, I like it. I think I like it. Okay, so also with that, I'm gonna go with a size 10 again, and then bring. Let me see, where does Starfire's little bangs in? At about her shoulders. I'm gonna bring black. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna bring. I'm gonna bring Blackfire's down to around her shoulders too. Then I don't like how I did that one already. Ooh, I like that. I don't like how I brought that in. I don't like how I brought that in. However, I might be able to. I don't know if I can fix that. Nor do I really want to. All right, so let's redraw that. Take two. I'm gonna try my best. I think that's pretty straight, actually. You try the same thing with the other one. And I do want these to look like two. This is hard because it's very thin and I'm using a thicker brush for it. Matter of fact, what size is this? That's not what I wanted. Oh geez. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's a size 12. That's crazy. Um okay, so size 10 should be fine. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. Not entirely sure how I feel about that one. I could redraw it. Don't know if I want to redraw it. In fact, I kind of don't want to redraw it. Why did I said that and then I just proceeded to redraw it? That's not what I meant. I didn't want to keep it. I don't know, bro. I like I said, I'm sober, but like my mind ain't right. I'm gonna just let y'all know that. I kind of like the idea that they're not the same size. You feel me? So if like what if one was like genuinely just shorter? Also, what if one side didn't have this, like if the armor on hers was also asymmetrical? I don't know, dog. I don't think I need to do all that. Decisions, decisions. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing here. I really don't. However, now that I think about it, now that I'm talking about symmetry and stuff like that, I think it's better if she looks symmetrical. That'll give her one thing that's also different from Starfire is the fact that she'd be completely symmetrical. Now, of course, then I'd probably have to copy one of these little bangs at the top, maybe. I don't know. Oh, let me stretch. Oh, sweet jeez. Okay. Now, trying to see how I want to do this tiara again. I'm going to look up Blackfire right quick. But I don't want to do this. Let me see. Let's try something right quick. How about just for experimentation purposes, let's say the tiara comes in and then it comes like this, maybe? Something about that I don't like. Let's lower the hair and stuff right quick. This is a hard one. This is a very hard one to do, actually. Okay, so, hmm, what if we bring in the tiara like right here, right? Just playing around with some stuff. And then it was like, oh, shoot, like right here-ish, maybe? Ah, nah, I think that just looks goofy. I think that just looks goofy. But I also don't like how I did the tiara either. However, if it's say under the hair, maybe that might be worth something. Let me think about that actually. Because if it comes out under the hair, comes back up, I might be rocking with that. And then I got like the same little middle part, you know, and then even have it say come up like right here-ish. Hold on a sec. I think I might be cooking with this. Shoot, how do I want to do this? Something like that, right? Something like that. Trying to think because if I did it, I might just genuinely be doing too much with that actually. Because I feel like if I just take this, delete it, and then just have like literally have that as the middle part, or let me see, let me hit P. No, I kind of like that actually. I kind of like that. If I had it come out like this, yeah, then it's kind of like a crown too. We'll let that rock for right now. I'll like tweak it later, but I think that might be how we do that. I'll lower the opacity of it right now, but I think that genuinely might be the move. Oof. This is a rough one. I'm not even gonna hold you. This is a rough one. Uh I need another snack. Once it's 5 my time, I'll hit myself with another snack. But okay, let's continue the hair. What is this layer in? Hold on, time. Is that literally nothing? Okay. Uh Now with the hair, like I said with Starfire, I kind of or I want it to be different from Starfire. So I want hers to kind of sharpen at the ends, if that makes sense. I might turn on the symmetry brush for this. No, I won't. Let's go with a size 10. So we're gonna have it come in at like the middle, come down, and then we're just gonna stop it at around her back. Which I don't. Mm, I'm not sure how I like that, honestly. I really don't. This is a hard one, dude. This is genuinely difficult. I think. Hmm. It might be straight, actually. It might actually be straight. Let me bring this back out over, say, over here. Hold on, let me zoom in a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. Might be making the hair a little too big at the top, actually, but it's fine. Something like that. I feel like certain parts of it can be fixed up, but I just kind of want to get a general idea of how it looks for right now. But I think we are getting somewhere. It's very rough looking. Whew, my goodness. All right, Control S. I feel like I'm really botching this in a lot of ways, but tired, dude. Okay, the next part, the body. The body. This is gonna be rough. Oh my gosh, dude. What time is it? Okay. Let's lower the opacity of this. And before I proceed, I want to try something. Let me get these little shoulder pads or whatever. And then I'm gonna bring this. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. I mean, like it is, but it isn't. Yeah, I'm gonna just go here, bring that around, and then just bring this up. Why is it doing this to me? What? Okay, there we go. Am I trying to lower this? What am I? What? Hold on. Time. I don't even remember what my game plan with this was. Um, I think I was supposed to lift this up so that I mean, there's no purpose in that. Let me move the. If anything, the arm needs to be moved up, right? I don't know. Something about this does not seem right. But I guess the average person wouldn't know that, so I could just like take it and run with it. But it is what it is. I'm tired, dude. Okay, let me lean back and just take a quick break, quick breather. I'm gonna check the chats and everything like that, but this is mind numbing. This might be similar to the Raven one where I actually do call it early. Again, I'm gonna at least try to get the colors and everything in. Okay, so once we hit like the 3 hour mark, I'm gonna eat my lunch, but I'm gonna stay on stream while I'm eating the lunch. While I'm sitting here contemplating, let's compare and contrast again. So here's the like in progress of Blackfire, and here's Starfire. Mm, They'll look very similar, which is a good thing. But I think Blackfire is looking a bit stubby. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure. It's kind of giving Shredder as well. Decisions. Okay. I should have brought some water in here with me, but do I have any coffee left? A little bit. Okay. So now I'm going to try to tighten up the body a bit, I guess. This is difficult, dude. Can't stop either because I need to upload this to freaking. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. This is why you don't just go for it. Okay, actually, hold on. This actually looks halfway decent right here. But I don't know. I feel like I probably should like bring the body up a bit actually, but at the same time, screw it. It's a cartoon. I can get away with it. Trying to figure out how I want to do this though, because if this is the hair, this is the head. Let me label these. So face. Oh my gosh. Hair. All right, let's start on the body. Or actually, let me make this easier on myself. This will be the neck. What is this? Oh wait, I know what that is. Okay, yeah, this will be the neck. I don't like how I drew that already. I hate drawing the necks because they're always like weird looking to me. like in the context of the drawing, it's fine, but like let me connect these lines right here. Let me redraw the vector line. I I hate it, dog. I really hate it here. Oof. I'll just leave it like that for right now. If I need to change it, I'll change it. But let me lower the opacity to that. I'm gonna just put it in its own separate layer and call it the neck. This is gonna be a hard one. I'm gonna try my best to stop complaining, but oh, the urge to just give up and go play Marvel Rivals is like insane right now. But we don't give up. Okay, so let's see how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go with a size 8 brush for this one. I need my symmetry ruler for this one too. Oh wait, I called it the right thing this time. Isn't that great, people? I need to call my nephew. Be like, nephew. Okay, hit P. I'm just gonna bring this in a bit. In fact, trying to figure out how I want this to connect to the neck. Cause I got an idea. I got an idea. Because the neck's gonna be most likely behind this part anyway. Let's just have that portion right there. And then I could have that come in like right about here-ish. I think that'd be dope. I actually don't know that that'd be dope. I'm like, if the neck's behind it, then I think that actually shouldn't be there. So, okay. And then for like right here, I think this should actually come downward. Let me see how I want to do this. Oh, I botched that. Oof. I don't like how I don't know something about. Mm, I think I did too much on that one. However, I do think this should come down a little bit. Ah, I don't like that. What if I just brought it down like that? See, I feel like I'm doing too much on this redesign. I think that's half. I think that actually looks good though, actually. In fact, what if I even, I might be doing too much, but what if I even came out and did this? That's way too much. I don't like it. In fact, I kind of don't like that either. Okay, let me just go with what I was originally planning with. Let's go with the size 8. Stick to the plan. I think that's decent. That's decent. I can always change it if I don't completely like it, which I don't completely like it, but I got mixed feelings. So, ooh, how do I want to do this? That's the kind of that's the breastplate portion, I guess. Let me go with like a small size on this too, right? And then I'm gonna just bring this kind of sun in, if that makes sense. I don't like the size on it. Let me go with size 8. Okay, so it goes up top there, comes down here, and we'll let me see. Let me hit R. We're just gonna make some marks. Okay, okay. Something like that. And then that'll pretty much be like the little sun thingamajigger. I might have to tweak that later too. But whew. Tell me why are we so blind to see? Okay. This won't be so hard once I like get the outline done, because then all I have to do is color it. But it's still rough. Speaking of which, let's take a brief, not like intermission or anything like that, but I want to like do something with the Starfire. So let me export a single layer as a JPEG, and I'm gonna save it to my what am I saving this to? I'm gonna save it to my Blackfire folder if it'll let me. Yeah. All right. Cool. 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 Don't know if y'all can see any of that, but I'm gonna start this on a new thing, and so I'm gonna import that, and I'm skipping a few steps, but I don't care because I'm tired. And then I want to what do I want to do on this? Tonal correction. I want to do a tonal correction. Oh gosh, I gotta rasterize it first. So I'm rasterizing, and then I'm gonna go edit tonal correction, and then what is reverse gradient? I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of tough, but it's not what I want. Actually, because okay, so what I'm trying to do is get like opposite colors to Starfire, and I'm trying to like play around with some of these posterization. Okay, I don't think that. Hey, that was kind of tough though. Hold up, hold on. I'm let me play around with that filter for a little bit. Let's try 15. Okay, so I can see some things change. Let's try 50. What even is this actually? I don't know what this is. Oh wow, how what is that? See, I don't even know if. Okay, let's stop playing around. Let's go tonal correction. Uh, I'm gonna go brighten it. Nah, that ain't it. You think I use the software enough to know where everything is? Luminosity. Okay, hue, saturation, luminosity, all that. All right, so oh wow, I think that's actually pretty cool. Like that's actually pretty cool. Okay, Why isn't it showing me the opposite? Oh, wait, the opposite end is about the same thing. Why? Okay, that's interesting. It's giving Oompa Loompa vibes. I don't know if I'll get what I want from this, in all honesty. Okay, so this is negative 60. I think I don't like it. I'm just gonna have to come up with a color palette without doing that. But I wanted to play around with some of that for a little bit. So back back to Blackfire. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Okay. I'm going to blow my brains out. I'm going to start a new layer and I'm gonna draw the arm. You know, I I'm gonna keep it real. What if because I don't want the shoulders to show because I've done that with both Starfire and Raven. And so if I do it again, I'm gonna feel a little bit weird. But let's let's draw the shoulder, and I might just have it so that I don't like how I did that shoulder. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna draw the shoulder, and then what am I gonna do? No, like actually, what am I about to do? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm gonna draw this, and then I'm gonna have it so that it's got like the clothing under. So there's gonna be armor here, and then it's just gonna be like the little the one piece under the dress. It'll make sense when you see it. I ain't got time to be. I don't even know how I'm gonna explain this. To be honest, TBH with you. But this is probably not gonna be my favorite. I mean, I said the same thing about Raven, and I really love the Raven drawing, but this is gonna need some touch ups, dog. Like genuinely. Oh my gosh, I don't like it. Oh, I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed right now. I'm probably gonna have to raise the arm up a little bit because definitely like from this angle, it just looks off. It genuinely looks off. Hmm. I might not even like or nah, I'll definitely finish. Let me stop saying that and just do what I gotta do. This is definitely not gonna be my favorite one. No, 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 no. This will be my favorite one. This is gonna be the best one ever. Oh, I kind of like how I did that actually. See where positivity gets you? Hmm. I think I'm getting better at stylizing these two. Yep. I think I made her look like she dislocated her shoulder. But that's okay. That's fine. It's fine. It's just gonna be my 13th reason. Okay, okay, okay. That arm definitely needs to be raised up. Let me see something. If I raise this, I think that's fine. Sort of. Oh yeah, I think I definitely liked it better when it was raised. I feel like that also makes her look a little bit less stubby too. Ugh. You ever just draw something and you just kind of hate what you draw? It's kind of what's happening right now. I think I didn't make the bicep long enough, or maybe I made the forcep too long. Did I say forcep? Forearm. Is it also called the forcep? I don't know. And I also kind of don't like how I drew the arm, but I'll get over it in a minute. No, I won't. Let me see. Cause it's like here's Starfire's arm. You see how it's just like this kind of round shoulder, and this one is just like, what is that? Jeez, 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 jeez. Let me redraw it. Oh, I feel like that was almost something. Honestly, that probably was something. I think I just like what? Okay, let me delete this right quick. Okay, and then I'm gonna lower the transparency of that. I'm gonna bring this in. Oh, geez, how did that happen? I'm gonna bring this in a bit just so it connects. Don't like how I did that. It'd probably be easier to actually just redraw this like I'm supposed to, but it's probably fine. Connect vector lines. All right, that's a bit better. The only thing now is that it's not like attached like it should be, but I could easily fix that because I'm such a great artist, right? Oh, geez, yep. There's a great artist for you. Okay, and raise that up and hit Control T so she's not so stiff. Okay, I think that's straight. I think that is straight for right now. I think I could be wrong. I feel like the arms are a little bit short. I kind of don't care. This is gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be a very interesting one. Like I said, I'm trying my best not to deviate too much, but this is rough. It's rough, dude. Again, I'm gonna try my best to finish this off tonight, but this is not going the best. It's horrible. Okay. Okay, so I got the arm drawn out. So I'm gonna put that in its own separate layer or whatever. And I'm gonna try to finish off the body before I go like do lunch and stuff like that. But we'll see how that goes. So I'm gonna redraw the boobies and they'll be underneath this little chest plate. P. Okay, so say the chest comes out to like here. I feel like I drew that a little. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I don't know if this is gonna be metallic or not, but either way, I'm just gonna copy paste it. So let's get this in here. Control C, Control V. I don't know if that did what I wanted it to. Let me actually just not. Yeah, let me Command J, or Control J, I should say. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. And I'll put this on the other side. Hate to say it, but she's got a nice rack on her now. So, yeah, about right there. I think that's fine. I think now the arm looks even more awkward. But there are a few things I could probably do to fix that. So, ugh. Because it's so not coming out how I like envisioned it. Like I think it looks cool, but I think it also sucks. Which again, I guess true artists can fix it. So now that would imply that I'm a true artist, but no one's saying that. I'm just an amateur who likes Teen Titans. Oh, jeez. Okay, so now for this symmetry brush, I'm gonna try to like bring in this middle part under this little metallic part, if that makes sense. Let's see. And honestly, it'll probably be as simple as that right there if we being for real. See, now the thing about that is that it's pretty much it'll be the top of the chest. And you can see how much the neck extends above that. So I'm probably actually gonna have to lower the neck and the head and everything, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. More so just something I'm gonna have to keep in mind. All right, so let's merge its chest and boobs or whatever. And then we are going to draw the rest of the torso. So I don't want to turn the symmetry on for this. In fact, can I delete this? Oh my gosh. Delete Aurora. Okay, I'm gonna go with like a size 15 for this right here. Ooh. Yo, them hips ain't lying, dog. I swear I'm not a pervert. Okay. I think this looks off. I think this actually looks off. Like I like the dip that it comes in on the other side, but I don't feel like I executed it as well on this side. I think that's a bit better. Yeah, she got some wide hips on this. Think that works actually. Okay, we're getting somewhere with that. We're getting somewhere with that. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, I definitely gave her some wide hips. That's wild. It's genuinely wild. Um, oh, I got mixed feelings about this. And then I don't even have any idea of what the colors are gonna be either. I could just make her darker Starfire colors, which I might very well do. But like, I don't know, dog. I don't know. Ugh. This is best time of my life. All right, let's try to at least get the legs in, because otherwise I've knocked out everything else for the most part. I need to do this belt again, actually. Okay, actually, no, I should probably just do this in the same layer, right? Because it's gonna be the same thing anyway. Okay, let's. Oh, I turned off the symmetry brush. What a genius idea. Oh my gosh. Let me just do it in a new layer and turn back on the symmetry brush. I keep saying symmetry brush, symmetry ruler. All right, and then I'm gonna go right in this middle line and do, let me see. I'm gonna try to get it perfectly centered. There we go. Okay, now I'm just going to, where's the P? See, there's a few people in. This is what I got so far. Um, I'm a little bit irritated because I tried to do like this tiara thing and it kind of looks like that one magic skin from Marvel Rivals. Don't like that, but I got an idea to fix it later. I'm just trying to do her torso right now. Let's see. I'm gonna go with this size 10 brush and then just try to do this little belt portion. I don't like how I drew that. Something like that. And then I'm just gonna bring it in around here. Okay. So I think that's straight. That's straight. So now I pretty much have to do the legs and then I'll be done with the outline and I pretty much just have to color. And I only need to draw one leg because then I can duplicate it and all that. So let's see. I'm trying to connect the torso and then I'll put it all in one like single folder. Let me see, what is this? Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is all one folder now. And then I'm gonna go down and try to do the leg. I feel like the leg might be a little too short, but we can always stretch it out as we go along. So I just really want to knock that part out. This is definitely deviating a bit from the original or the 2003 Teen Titans version, which is what I'm referencing, but I'm trying to put my own spin to it while also making it look like her. I swear by the end of it, it'll probably look halfway decent. I don't know that for a fact, but probably. So yeah, I want this leg to have like almost like some knight armor look to it. So it'll look metallic by the end of it. Probably. You know, probably it will. But yeah, a lot of trial and error happening today. I'm mostly just pretending I know what I'm doing and I don't. Let me turn this guide off. Yeah, hoping that this looks right by the end of it. So yeah, I'm just kind of tracing over what I've already drawn and trying to get it as neat looking as possible. And hopefully it comes out well. And while I'm doing this, I can kind of compare her to how I did Starfire the other week. This is how Starfire looks, and this is how Blackfire is looking. So she looks a bit more mean and aggressive, which I think is a good thing. Not quite as like pretty as she was in the show, I guess. I mean, I think I still drew her pretty, but she looks more menacing here. I think that's a good thing. 'Cause she is a bad guy. She's basically evil Starfire. I know they're sisters and everything like that, but that's basically what she is conceptually. So, all right, I think I kind of got that leg drawn pretty well. So let's see how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna just duplicate it. So Control J, and then edit, transform it, flip it horizontal, and put it on the other side. I think that looks pretty sick. It looks just like the magic skin though, and I don't like that. I'm definitely gonna play some Marvel Rivals after I get done here, by the way. But let me see. And then I like forgot what I did with everything. This is why you label your folders. So I'm gonna call this one torso. But yeah, once I duplicate this arm, once I find what I did with the arm, okay, and then once I duplicate this arm, I'm gonna increase the opacity, duplicate the arm, and then flip it how I did the leg, transform, flip horizontal, and then put it like right about here-ish or so. I gotta make it like connect to the body though. Okay, let's see how that looks if I just tilt it a little bit, something like that. It's weird because she's got like this armor on. Yeah, I think that works better. Let me delete this arm and then flip it again. And then I'm probably gonna start coloring. No, I'm definitely gonna start coloring actually. Okay. Think we're getting somewhere with this. So I think now that I think the legs look good now. Freak. Okay. So the only thing I'm probably gonna change for real in this is that little tiara portion. But I could say that towards the end if I need to. So let's see how I want to do this. I think we will go ahead while nobody's in here. I think I'll go ahead Control S, and then I think I will let me see how it looks without the underlying sketch. So she looks very menacing. I'm not gonna lie to you. Where's her head? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. And then the face. Let me do the face a little bit more. Okay. Okay, yeah. I think she looks pretty sick. I think that's pretty sick. I think I need to lower like the head and maybe stretch out the legs a bit. But that's all stuff I could do later. I probably shouldn't, but I could definitely do it later. So, uh, since that's the basic kind of outline, I think I will break right here. And so I'll be here the whole time. And if somebody pops in, I'll probably speak on it. But I'm gonna go ahead and just eat my lunch right now. And if somebody comes in, then they come in. So I'm gonna put up my out to lunch sign, but I'm gonna be here the whole time. All right. Freak. Yeah, most of the time when I'm doing this out to lunch, I don't usually sit in here while I'm having lunch. I think I might have done it once or twice, but I find, or I pretty much was like, if if I make my lunch beforehand and then just eat it during the stream, it shouldn't take me no more than like 15 or so minutes. So yeah, I'm like 5:40 my computer's time. So genuinely, this might only take me like 5 minutes to eat my dang lunch. I'm gonna try my best to eat this without getting it on my clothes. But yeah, again, this is the first of my villains from Teen Titans. The actual Titans went well. The Blackfire one is kind of backfiring. And let me take my eyes off of it for a minute. So let's look at Robin. Robin's looking pretty nice. I think the colors for Robin are working. He's got a decent tan. Looks very similar to the original, but different. And I like it. Cyborg. Cyborg looks pretty sick, pretty jacked, pretty stylized. He's one of the most similar to his Teen Titans counterparts, but he's got his own flair to him. I think I did some of the best on him. One of the most visually appealing. And then we got Raven. Raven, I think I did really well on. I think I captured her essence pretty well. I think the proportions are nice. She looks cartoony. She looks like the original, but I still put my own flair to her. And I showed a lot of my digital art skills. I think that's pretty good. I mean pasta, by the way, for anyone wondering. But yeah. And then this is the Beast Boy one from last week. He deviates a lot. Like out of everybody else, I'd say they pretty much, this is not it, but they pretty much look like their original, but he's very different. Starfire, for the most part, looks the same. And then we get the Blackfire. So for anybody like popping in, I'm taking a quick break and just munching on some lunch, but sticking around in case anybody's like trying to comment or say something. So feel free to stick around or anything like that. But I pretty much have to color after this because I got most of like the outlines and stuff done, but I still need to color. I think the proportions are a little off too. So I got to figure that out. But I also think the armor is a little bit weird. I might have to like stretch it out or something like that. But overall, I think I did good. And another issue is going to be what colors I use for this because in her original drawing, or not her original drawing, but her original character from Teen Titans, she's got like these kind of bluish purple hues or whatever you call them. And then like I could copy the colors, but I feel like that'd be one, I feel like that'd be cheating. And two, it might not match with how I want her to look. So, we'll see. We'll genuinely see. But I think I had a nice little break to look at it. If I can see where I put my glove. Okay, so I'll probably still kind of munch while I do this, but I'm gonna attempt to just go ahead and do the colors. So let's see if I can get a decent purple going. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna I'm gonna steal this purple off of Starfire. And I think I want to make it a little bit bluer. So it's 280 on this color wheel. Let's try 265. Okay, so trying to figure out. Let's start with. Dang it, I'm trying. Okay, the clothes. Obviously, the clothes. Where's the arm? Okay, so I'm going to reference this layer, start a new layer, and then I'm just gonna fill in this arm right quick. I already don't like. I already don't like where this is going. I think I'll make the arm kind of not metallic in a sense of it's gonna be a metal arm or anything like that, but that she's gonna have like armor on that arm if that makes sense. So let me actually go for the torso. That's not it. Okay, so that's the belt. That's the I really gotta label this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna start this new layer, and then reference this. Let's see how the purple looks here. So Control D, and then I'm gonna increase the transparency. It's kind of working there. I'll let it rock for right now, but just so I can like get an idea of how I want everything to look. And while I'm at it, let's go. I'm gonna well, I don't know how I did that. I'm gonna darken this color right quick so it's close to black. Not all the way black, but I need it to like be a very dark purple. Okay. And then let's see. I'm gonna go wherever the hair is. Yeah, here we go. And then I'm just gonna fill it in wherever the hair is. Oh, geez, what happened there? Oh, wait. I know what happened there. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me turn that off. I'm going to I'm gonna steal Starfire skin. Okay, so it looks like the one person that I had that was watching dipped. So I'm gonna go back to eating. But I think that'll be how I do it from here on out. I think I'll eat while the live stream is kind of down. And then when somebody pops back in, yeah, that'll help maintain the numbers. They stayed in while I was talking. Sick. They could have left a comment. I appreciate anybody that pops in there though. I really do. For you to take the time out of your day and be like, oh, this looks interesting. Sick. Sick. I just know by the end of this, it's gonna be very rough looking. I think this one and the Raven one have given me the most trouble. Like I said, the Raven one is one of my favorites. But oh my God. But when I first did it, it was a pain and a half. I hated the freaking Raven drawing because it just didn't do what I want to. That's how hard it is a lot of the time. You'd be like, oh yeah, I'm finna do it like this. And then it's like, nah, you actually ain't. You actually suck at what you do. You're not good, and you should give up. You serve zero purpose. You know where I'm going with that. But oh my gosh. I don't like how I did this actually. Let me go back to the Starfire thing, right? Because I do need to get some colors for this. And I think what I did earlier might work actually. So what did I do? It was edit, transform. No, it was tonal correction, right? It was a reverse gradient, right? See that don't work as well. Or does it actually? What if I got that blue? But that's her skin though. I don't like that. Oh my gosh, I don't like that. This is a pain, dude. Hmm. What if I did it like this actually? File. Where's the tonal correction? Hue, saturation, luminosity. If I go like negative, it was like negative 15 how I did it. So in theory, this should be along the lines of the coloration that I have on Blackfire. So same blue, same type silver and everything like that. And then this will be like similar to the skin tone. I don't know, dog. I kind of hate it here. I don't know what I'm doing with this, but I don't feel like I'm doing it right. I should have put more sauce in this pasta. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's all good though. We gonna get this right. Let me see. Let me hit the eye and just make sure that this is the same blue. Yes, the same blue. I'm a genius. I'm genuinely a genius that don't know how to draw to save his life. I say that, and then I make all this dope art. Now I was gonna make them the same skin tone, but in all honesty, even if they're siblings, they would not have the same, or they shouldn't have the same skin tone. It's not really how skin tones work. So I don't want to do the odds. I really don't like how I'm doing this. Something about this dang drawing I don't like. Again, it's very similar to how I felt about the Raven drawing at first. I might just need a little bit of time to let it cook. I kind of hate it. 100%, I kind of hate it. Let me see. I gotta upload Beast Boy one. My gosh. It's been about 15 minutes or so. Oh my gosh. I spilt the pasta on my shirt. I hate it here. And then that defeated the whole purpose of me having. Oh my gosh, dude. I am a mess. Okay, so let's reference her again. So this is our. Let's steal this silver off of this little thingy majigger, whatever. All right, so where's the torso? Hold on. Oh, okay. I see what I did. I see what I did. I'm just kind of looking at some stuff. I'm not really gonna start until I see somebody pop in. I think I'm getting better at streaming, you guys. I think I am. I think my numbers are gonna look better today. Or maybe not. I don't know. Mm-hmm. We almost 3 hours in. That's crazy. And I have like done no work. Like genuinely, if you like go back 15 minutes, this is about exactly where I left off. But I think I made Blackfire look weird too. I don't know. Let me see. Let me do the skin. If y'all could hear me chewing, I'm sorry. But, but I don't remember what I'm doing. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't remember nothing about what I'm doing right now. So, this is the torso. Oh, the metal. I was doing the metal. I think. Don't. I don't know. I don't. Okay. This part is definitely supposed to be metallic. So, I'm gonna do a new layer. Put this here. Also, I should take this out to lunch thing down too. Because it's like I'm still out to lunch, but like I'm also not out to lunch. Feel like I've eaten enough, honestly. If I was just like minding my own business and not doing a live stream, I would have tore all this up. But it's like I really only need enough to like get my mind focused, I guess. So there's that. This drawing. Let me not say that. I was gonna hate on my own freaking art, bro, for like the millionth time. Okay, let's fill this in with the gray. El gris. I want to say I'm saying that right. And that's not too bad. That's honestly not too bad. So Control D. And then let's try the same thing with the legs. I need to bring the legs up actually. The legs, the legs. Where did I put the legs? This is the leg. Okay, this is the other leg. I don't want to reference this leg. Let me reference this leg. Okay, I'm gonna start a new layer. Get this folder. Fill this in. Okay, okay. All right, now I'm gonna bring this above the torso, like it's supposed to be. Well, I guarantee you, I'm playing some Marvel Rivals right after this. I need to, I need to stop doing that. Even if it's true, I need to just stop. Okay, so I think the metallic portion might actually work here. I could fill in the other leg. I'm not doing that. I'm going to I'm gonna test out to see what it looks like with this purple, but also I don't know if I'm gonna rock with it. Mm. Okay, here's what we're gonna do with that. I'm going to hit Control D. I actually know. Let me bring that back. I need to shave my beard. It's like genuinely getting in my face right now. I'm gonna get this gray color, fill it in right here, Control D, and then I'm gonna see what it looks like. I think it looks better where it's all silver. See, it feels a bit more cohesive like that. I kind of hate this. Hey, I genuinely kind of hate this, but let me see. Okay, I'm gonna move this leg. It's the other one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let me delete this. And I'll just leave that right there for right now because I'm gonna have to like flip it anyway. But let me put the same gray in that arm or one of the arms. Actually, because I know people are gonna like pop in and be like, "Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do." I'll leave it like that. Where's the arm? Or at least one of them. That's the left arm. This is the right arm. Let's go with the right arm. Okay, so I have. Okay, I remember why I did that. I have a separate layer open with this, and so I'm just gonna fill this in. Control D. I think that's a decent start. And let me go to this other Starfire drawing that I have, and I'm gonna take this skin and I'm gonna use that for Blackfire. Cause then that'll kind of have like this kind of alternate color palette. You see how this one's more of like a bluish. That's kind of what I'm gonna go for, if that makes sense. And I think that her having the skin tone on there will help me do everything else. So let me go with the face. Oh geez, what did I do? Okay, so those are the eyebrows, eyes, this the face. Okay. Very disorganized artist. Forgive me. But yeah, I'm gonna take this color, and the Tamaranians are kind of like an orange kind of skin tone, kind of like I don't know what the race of Ahsoka Tano is from Star Wars, but kind of like that. Let's see. And I could just copy Starfire skin tone, but I feel like that'd be a little bit weird. I think she looks too pinkish right here, though. So what I could do is get this orange and then just make it slightly darker instead of having it like a redder color. I think that'll work a little bit better. Let's go from like this is on 50 on the color wheel. Let's go for like 65 and see how that looks. If I can find my. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna fill this in. Okay, see now she looks too yellow. Why am I doing this to myself? Uh, like I don't want her to be Starfire skin tone. You know what? Maybe it'll look good when I bring in the other colors. We'll just let it rock for right now. But let's see. Thanks for everybody that's been popping in. There's been a few people that like have come and gone, which is fine and dandy. I'm just glad people are like showing up. That's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm gonna take this same blue now that I have like the face right there, and then I'm gonna just put it. I need the hair to be behind here. Okay, so that's not what I wanted. How am I gonna do this? Oh, I put these all in the same layer. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Okay, let me see. Okay, so this is the back of the hair. I'm gonna move that. Okay, so I move that, put it behind the face, and we should be good. So I'm gonna set this as my reference layer, and then I'm going to put this right here. Okay, now I'm gonna fill in the back of the hair. Okay, I did not mean for it to be that same color. Let me darken this to about, say, 25 or so. Okay, it's getting somewhere now. It's getting somewhere. So, what I'm gonna do now, one, I'm gonna take the same skin and just fill in one of the arms. Because I'm gonna have to like copy and paste the other arm. I know I'm like all over the place and skipping around, but like I'm scatterbrained like that. Forgive me. So let me see. I'm going to. How do I want to do this? Okay, that's the gray. Start a new layer. Take the skin, and then I'm gonna fill it. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna fill in the hand. Okay, right here. And again, I might change the skin color. I just need it as like a placeholder for right now. And I'm gonna try one more time to see what this blue looks like in the arm, but it's probably gonna still suck. So bear with me. Why did I? Oh my gosh, put them in the same layer. Give me a sec. I gotta redo the skin right quick. Okay, here we go. Layers can get confusing, by the way, especially if you don't label them. But okay, now that I have that, I'm gonna start a new layer and then try to fill in this arm with the blue and see how that looks. Okay, see, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad, but it's giving like super villain, which she is a super villain. This fits with her original design more. I think I'll leave this gray for right now, at least. There's probably a few touch ups I can do to it, but for right now, I'll just leave it gray. Sorry if you hear me like popping my knuckles and everything, but um okay, so where's the torso? We're gonna we're gonna fill in this chest piece wherever the chest piece is. Again, very disorganized. I'm sorry. But I start a new layer and then reference this kind of metallic portion. And we're just gonna see how that looks. That looks halfway decent. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with this. Okay? So unlike Starfire, Blackfire is probably gonna be a little bit more monochromatic. She's not gonna be quite as colorful. So her eyes are probably gonna be the same hue as whatever this blue is. But with that being said, I can make it a little bit brighter, maybe. Hmm. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. I'll leave it alone for right now and just kind of work on the face, bring the face together. So how do I want to do that? Let's get this purple and then put it in this little collar portion for right now until I think of something better to do. Okay, so now I'm gonna get this skin again and then just fill in like first off, I need to put this neck behind the face because it's gonna bother me otherwise. And I need to test something. So let me put this right here, reference this layer, and I'm just gonna fill this in right here. So that's the neck, and that lets me know that the neck is one to it makes her look stubby. So I'm probably gonna shrink the size of the neck right quick. Hit Control T, and then just lower that a bit. I probably could have also just brought the whole thing down. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm gonna Control C, and then I'm gonna hide this layer, and then just make another one. I think that's fine. We'll fix it as we go, but I think we're getting somewhere. And let me fix the face because I know it's kind of bothering me, and it's probably bothering anybody else that's watching. So, let's see where I put the face. So this is the face right here. and wherever the rest of the hair is, it's kind of blocking the face. So we're just gonna fill that in. But I have to find out what I did with the other part of the hair, so bear with me for a sec. Okay, that's the back of the hair. Okay, it's definitely in the wrong layer. And I know this looks like the gray now, but just give me a sec, I'll fix it. I'm gonna hit I. Oh wait, no, 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 no. I need that exact same color. Now lower it. And then I'm gonna go to the front part of the hair. I forgot I have like two different strands right here. But how do I want to do this? It's supposed to be ahead of the torso too, actually. There we go. And now I'm gonna fill in the hair. Let me merge these layers. And then I'm just gonna fill that in. So I got my color, this pseudo black color. I'm gonna fill in these little things right here. And then one thing I forgot was that this isn't like technically connected to the head, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna go back to like this face folder and see where the heck the face is. And I'm gonna reference both of these layers. So now I should be able to fill it in just fine. Should being the operative word there. Yeah, you see how it's like I sort of did it wrong, but it should fill in anyway. So yeah, now we got that part filled in, and I can darken up the rest of the hair again. Okay, okay, now we're kind of getting somewhere. Kind of. Yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together. This is a lot better with the colors in there. I think her skin tone is still. Let me try something. I think I can get away with this skin tone because Starfire's is like orange, so it's less dark. So hers could be right here at the 50. But I think Blackfire's needs to be increased by maybe like 15%. Trying to think. I know math, I swear. 35, that should do it. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to her skin in the face, and then I'm just gonna see how that looks. Okay, she's a bit pale now, and I kind of like her a little bit darker. Mm, you know what? I'll leave it there and just see how it looks at the end because I think it's fine for right now. But I'm gonna continue with the face. Let's do these eyes. So for the eyes, I'm gonna get this same blue color. And I didn't mention throughout the live stream, but I have these in like separate folders and stuff like that because it's meant for like animating. So the arms are their own separate thing, and the face is its own separate thing, and I'll be able to move them around when I animate. But yeah, I'm gonna take the same blue color and make it like a off white, and I'll show y'all why I do that in just a second. But yeah, yeah, this is under the eyes. I'm gonna reference this layer, and then I'm just gonna fill in these parts with that off white color. Start a new layer, and I don't want to. Let me just use this blue. I don't want to use the same blue as the hair because those are like it's a really dark blue and her eyes might as well be black if that's the case. I think this is kind of working. I think this is kind of working. All right, so I'm gonna take the black or it's not a black color, but this dark blue and then use it for the eyebrows. So I'm gonna start a new layer, reference it. I think it's coming together, actually. I was really hating on this a second ago. I really was. It's not perfect, but I'm starting to like it a bit more. Oh yeah, it's starting to look like Blackfire. It's genuinely starting to look like Blackfire. It's my own personal take on Blackfire, but Blackfire nonetheless. I think the darker skin is actually kind of working. And while I'm still on the eyes, let me see how I want to do this. Yeah, let me put everything with the eyes and the color of the eyes in the same folder. So now I can make that disappear. And the reason I chose like an off-white color is so that if I use the actual color white, I can make like a little, let me open this folder. I can make like a little highlight along the edges. So it kind of shows over the white, if that makes sense. Also, let me reselect that because I don't quite like the placement of this. But yeah, that's just something I like to do. No, I think she looks sick though. I like how this came out. I still gotta like continue and everything like that, but we're getting somewhere though. We're getting somewhere. Be sure to let me know, how y'all are feeling about the drawing so far. But I think it's coming out pretty well. Okay, so let me go back to the face because I didn't fill in the ears. I need to label the layer with the skin. Okay, so let me fill in these ears. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's a process. I genuinely hated this drawing when we started. I'm so serious. I hated this drawing, but I'm coming around. I'm coming around to it. I haven't drawn the mouth, or I did draw the mouth, but the mouth isn't important right now. So honestly, if I keep it 100, all I really need to do at this point is to like fill in a few areas on the arm, duplicate the arm and the leg, but I could do that at the end because I only need to draw one right now. And then do some highlights, and then we're mostly done. It'll take a minute to do all that, sure, but we are mostly done with this drawing. Like once I get like the base colors, that's mostly it. There was like this one TR piece that I do want to get locked in. But other than that, this is pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is pretty sick if I do say so myself. But let's let me see what I did with this other arm. Okay, so here's that. And I gotta label these different parts of it because I'm getting confused. Gray 1. I'll call this gray 2. And that's not gray 2. Okay. Forget what I said. This is the skin layer. You wanna label your layers because otherwise you're gonna forget where everything is. Unless you're just efficient and work in a different software or something like that. But yeah, this will be great too. Okay, so I'm gonna try to take this blue right here and fill it in on this part right here. I might use the darker blue, but for right now I want to see how this lighter blue looks. I'll leave it right there for right now. And then just fill in this part with gray. I think that's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, I genuinely think that's pretty cool. Okay. Um, What else? What else? What else? What else? I need to do the highlights, but I'm not sure if I should do the highlights right now. Also, because like I said, Starfire has like these green accents, like her eyes are green, and the like star in the middle is like a bright color. So I want a bright color with Blackfire, but like I don't want it to. Let me see something. Let's say I make this bluer. That might work. Matter of fact, let me see what color it is. That's 265. Let's go for 255 maybe. I feel like I'm not doing something right. And it's my own drawing. So technically everything I'm doing is right. But realistically, I feel like I'm not doing anything right. Oh, what am I doing? What am I what am I doing? Okay. Okay, I remember what I'm doing. Let me go to the torso folder. Yeah, this should be it. I'm gonna make this a separate folder for like the little armor portion. And if you're wondering why I made like this kind of armor, I feel like it fit the character and it kind of made the kind of it made them feel like warriors for me to give them like more metal plating, I felt like. Whereas other than that, they just felt like bit girly. I don't know. Which there's nothing wrong with that, but I don't know. I felt like this was a little bit more realistic for a comic. This makes no sense. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna try to fill this in with that bluish color. Yeah, that ain't do nothing. But if I brighten it up a bit, that's getting somewhere. I think that's getting somewhere. Let me try it with the actual blue color though, so I ain't gotta complicate the color palette. Let's try 35-ish. I don't know that I like that better. I think I liked it when it was a bit bluer. But I also feel like it's not colorful enough. Mm, let's reference Starfire again. So her color palette is mostly this orange and purple kind of color palette. And then there's a pop of green. So one interesting thing about that is these are all secondary colors. So there's orange, purple, and green are all a mix of the three primary colors. So for her, she's pretty much blue, like not even really blue either. It's like this purple and then this red. So if it's purple and red, the best thing to do would be to make the blue because purple is a mix of red and blue. This is or or to truly make her the opposite of Starfire, I could make these middle pieces red. That might be the move actually. So trying to look at her different colors, and I want to get a red. I could take this same skin tone she has and see how that red looks. I don't really like that. I don't know that I like that red better. I could just say screw it and just go with a fully purple and blue color palette. Or maybe I have it a little bit more pinkish actually. This is what I don't like about doing color palettes because I never know what to do with it. I genuinely don't. Let's try 275 on here. See how that more purple looks. I don't like it. Don't. I'll just leave it as is for right now and just do the freaking highlights or something. That'll be something I do outside of the stream. What did I do with my glove? Okay, here we go. So let's do some cleanups and some highlights, and we'll get mostly done with this. Okay, I gotta reference Starfire again because I genuinely be forgetting like what I'm doing here. Okay, so let me. I did something wrong here. Okay, that's better. All right, so think we should start with the highlights along the hair. So let me see where I put my freaking hair layer at. Yep, that's it. So I'm going to start. I'm gonna actually start a new vector layer just in case I want to tweak some of this, but I'm gonna make a gray color. I'm gonna go with 51 on this color wheel if I can like actually hit the number. Okay, and then what I like to do is I like to go to my blending modes and go to screen. And if I know what I'm doing, then it should give me like a little highlight color, if being the operative word. I think that came out right. Yeah, that's halfway decent. That's halfway decent. So I'm just gonna do like some little highlights along the front of the hair, and that already looks a lot better. I'll do it in like the middle of here. I think size 10 is a really good size for this too. Yeah, just add a few streaks on these. They don't have to be perfect. I'll probably add some along the back of the hair too. Let me see where I put the torso. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the hair. Let me lower the transparency on the arm as well. Yeah. And then now I can I gotta see where the streaks are. Okay, yeah. Right here I can go in and then just do some more highlights along the am I on the right layer? Yeah, some more highlights along this bottom of the hair, if that makes sense. And again, I ain't trying to I'm not looking for perfection. I just want some consistency, if that makes sense. Also, I just realized something. I didn't quite do this right. So I'm gonna go and just get this part because this looks more gray than up top. If you notice, this is more of a purple gray, and this is a gray. So the screen only applies to like the layers below, if I'm not mistaken. So I'd have to go to the actual layer where this is, if that makes sense. And then there we go. Now it's I don't know if any of that made sense, but there there we go. And then I'm gonna continue even behind the clothes because again this is meant for like animating. And if I were to have the hair flowing, then you could see the highlights down there at the bottom. Well, actually, no. I wouldn't need that because okay, I'll put a few on them. I swear I talk like I know what I'm doing, but I really don't. Okay, so let's put this up right here. Let's boost the torso a bit. Bring the arm back out. And yeah, I'm really starting to like the drawing actually. I think it's turning out better than I expected it to. Okay, so now I did the highlight for the hair. And so I need to do the same matter of fact, hold on. I need to label this because I keep clicking the wrong layer, but HL for highlight. And I'm gonna actually put a couple highlights just on the What is going on here? Oh my gosh, I did it again. Give me a sec. Um, okay, so yeah, this one's the highlight for the back of the hair. I could have the hair as one solid piece, but this isn't one solid drawing. Like I said, it's all for like the purpose of animating. So yeah, I'll do like this side of the hair like that. Did I do that right? I think the highlight should be a little bit thinner on the edge. I don't know if that looks good actually. What if, yeah, something like that. Look, that's straight. That's straight. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to do too much at one time. But yeah, now I'm gonna do the same thing with the highlights, and I'm gonna do it along like the kind of armor portion. So we go back to the torso and go to this. I'm gonna label this armor actually. Armor. And let's see how I want to do this. Yeah. Let's start a new layer. I'm gonna call it highlight like the other ones. Enter. Then I'm gonna screen. Now let's see if that. Yep, yep, that works just as intended. So I'm just gonna put a few streaks along here. I'll change it as need be. Yeah, make some of them a little bit thinner. Maybe have it come along like the ends like that. I don't know if I like one of those. Let me do it like this actually. Want highlights on the outside and then kind of lead in, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm just kind of improvising, just kind of pretending I know how highlights work. And that's what a lot of this is. You just kind of fake it till you make it. But I think these are some decent looking highlights. I'm gonna make a few of them like thicker. You know what? No, that doesn't look right. Let me make it thicker on the outside and then get thinner as it comes in. I think that makes a lot more sense actually. Some something like that actually. Obviously, I gotta clean up a few of these, but let me. Why is it going over the gray? That's the weird part. There we go. That's better. Okay. So again, not the best, but we're starting to get a little bit of some highlights going. I think that looks fine. So now we got to do the same thing in like the arms, which I'm only gonna do it to the one arm, and then I'm gonna flip it to the other arm. But yeah, Blackfire is starting to look more like Blackfire as we go along. The drawing's starting to come together. Dope, dope. We might be able to finish this stream early, actually. I will say, usually the streams can go to, a lot of the time they don't go to 9, but they can go to 9 sometimes. And before I was doing like the character models, they go even longer than that. But I could probably finish this in maybe like another 30 minutes to an hour if I lock in. Okay, so let's do the arm. Wherever the arm is, that's the face. That's the other arm. That's fine. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. And now I gotta label some of this stuff. Let's call this blue. This gray one and gray two. Um, Okay, so I'm gonna do a highlight. I'm gonna go screen and now the thing with the arm, I could do like a highlight along the arm, and I think that'd actually be fine. That might actually work. Yeah, let me just go ahead and rock with that. Let's not complicate it. And then I'm gonna do like another highlight like on the front of this right here. Whoops. Let me even put that little blue layer down here so I could. Where did I put the highlight layer? Is this a highlight layer? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh yeah, that's dope. That's dope. That's dope. I could probably make that a little bit bigger, but that's awesome. I really like this highlight right here. Hmm. I'll leave it like how it was for right now, but yeah, we got some decent highlights along the middle parts so far. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Let me just kind of clean up some areas. I forgot to make this a vector, so I just kind of have to clean it up manually. But that's fine. It's just simple highlights. Okay, so that's one of the arms. And while I'm on this arm, let me clean up this kind of area where it connects right here. Yeah. She looks vicious. Like, again, she looks very sharp in a lot of different places. And I think everything that I was kind of cooking up in my head is starting to culminate together. So I need to control S to save right quick. And then I'm going to flip the arm because it's kind of bothering me that the arm isn't there. So control J, edit, transform, flip horizontal. And so now we have two. And I'm probably gonna have to like change like the placement of the arms later. I think the head is a bit big, but I think it's coming together, and I think it's very similar to the Starfire. Yeah, she's starting to look like an evil Starfire. I think that's dope. That is, I'm cooking. Not the 2x arm. I think I'm cooking with this. So we're gonna do the legs now, and after the legs, I think the belt. Hold on, before I even do the leg, the belt in like the torso area could use a couple highlights as well. So yeah, that's the gray part. And again, we're really only putting highlights along the metallic portion. It would be so terrible if I didn't have the time lapse on. I would actually panic. I made sure to do it at the start of the stream, but I can't help but feel like I didn't. Okay, so I went to screen. Yeah, screen. And then we're just gonna do a simple little highlight along the top. You know what I mean? Kind of similar again to how I did Starfire. See, Starfires has like these little rings. That's genius. I'm really glazing myself. I'm sorry. But yeah, we're just gonna kind of repeat that along this belt. And it's okay if I go over because there's a little button that helps me keep it how it's supposed to look, if that makes sense. So now the belt is a bit more metallic. In fact, what I might do while I'm still on here, even have like a little bit on there from the belt. Let me see. I don't know that I like that entirely. Maybe something like that. That's kind of decent. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll leave it like that. This is looking sick though. This is great. It's actually great. So I'm definitely gonna give her a mouth before this is over with. I think the skin tone kind of fits the character. even though it's like a bit redder. I think it fits, and it kind of gives it that red, blue, purple kind of feel I was kind of going for. So the main thing we got to do now is the leg, and after the leg, I'm going to attempt to make the little tiara thing I was thinking about earlier, but that's gonna be completely just kind of optional of me to do because I think it looks fine without it. But I do want that kind of princess feel to it because she is like an authority figure on Tamaran. Which so is Starfire, but Starfire doesn't really live on Tamaran anymore. So I think Blackfire really shouldn't either. She's like a war criminal or something. So no, this is coming out better than I anticipated. This is awesome. We love it when that happens. Okay, so the leg. Where the flip did I put the leg? Oh my gosh. Okay, that's the hair. Genuinely, how did I lose the first off? Why did I put the leg so far up and not label it? Don't be like me, everybody. Unless you like being a confused artist, then by all means, that is not where. Okay, see, okay, I see why it was up there because it needs to be in front of the torso. All right, fair enough. Okay, so I'm gonna start a new layer. This time I'm gonna actually do another vector layer to make this easier on me. Screen. I'm gonna hit Control S to save so my computer, if it explodes, then I'll still be fine. No, I'm kind of rocking with this drawing though. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong thing. Okay, HL for highlight, hit enter. See how I want to do this. Okay, so if the highlights are coming on like the outside to in, then it should be the same thing with the legs, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to, what I could do is just kind of have it like right here on the outside and then just bring a little bit along the top. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if I'm doing this. I would say if I'm doing it right, but this is literally my drawing. I probably shouldn't have made this a vector layer. I ain't gonna lie to you, but yeah, and then just kind of bring this in a little bit. It looks so shiny, doesn't it? I don't know how I feel about how I did that knee. I gotta clean some of these highlights up, but that's fine. As long as like I have the general shape of it, if that makes sense. As long as it looks shiny too on top of that. Yeah. I would say we're getting somewhere, but we've been getting somewhere for like the past hour or two. So again, like I said, you gotta trust the process sometimes. And I'm gonna turn this to a raster later because this is not helping me. There we go. Now I can clean that up a bit better. But yeah, now the leg's shiny. Look at that. Look at that. I want to add a couple more highlights. Let's hit P right quick. Get my pen tool. We'll just kind of go down like this, maybe. It's not straight. There we go. I kind of like that. Let's try it again, like right down here. I feel like that's too thick of a line, but I like how I drew that line. That is also too thick of a line. I oof. See, I kind of like that, but I don't at the same time. I'll leave it like that for right now. I'll leave it like that for right now. How else do I want to do this? For the most part, that is straight, and I could fix that off stream. I gotta think about like any other, like anything else that needs to be done right now. So I'm gonna hit Control S. So let me clean up this one part of the leg. Hit E, hit my vector erase. And then I'm gonna duplicate the leg and flip it. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Right about there-ish. Actually, no, I gotta have it a bit more out. Something like that. Something like that. So now she's got the two legs. And I want to keep doing this. Let's compare her to Starfire again. I think this would be a good time to. So outside of like the kind of height difference here, it's pretty tough. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me get all these layers and make her a little bit bigger. All right, let's Control T and just up the size a bit. Five should do it. Five should do it. All right, now let's look at it now. Yeah, they're about the same now. Like, look, they look like sisters. Do they not look like sisters? Like, look, this is freaking awesome. It's funny too because it's literally me referencing my own version of Starfire for Blackfire, but it's pretty dope. Pretty dope. Okay, so let's see what else. We are almost done. There's a couple things that I want to try if I can remember what they are. Oh my gosh, it's kind of giving Shredder. Okay, let's see. Since I have this blue just for the outside parts, I feel like I don't need another color. So with that being said, let me go back to the torso and then put a highlight along this. What is that? This armor right here, if that makes sense. Let me go hit screen, and I'm gonna keep the same gray. And I'm just going to, that's not what I wanted to do. I don't know why it's doing this to me, but I'm on the eraser tool. That's why it's doing this to me. Yeah, I just want a little highlight along this kind of sun symbol that I've created. Doesn't have to be perfect. I don't like how I did it though. Let me see if I kind of do it like that, maybe. Something like that. I could always fix it later. But yeah, do the same thing with like here-ish. And it's weird because I have these highlights a certain type of way, but like for some parts it's like the highlight is coming from the right, some parts it's like the highlight's coming from the left. It's it's weird. But Control S and before we proceed, because I know this is gonna bother me later, I'm gonna turn off the front part of this hair because I never went back and did anything to these eyes. So I'm gonna get this black color. I'm gonna hit P and find where the flip I put my eyes. Oh my gosh. Okay, the face. There's the brows. Okay. Okay, these are the eyes. So there's the highlights. I forgot what I was doing. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, okay. I remember what I was. I swear I'm so scatterbrained. I'm so sorry. But I'm gonna fill in. Oh, geez, that ain't what I wanted to do. I'm gonna fill in these areas right here. I think that fits, honestly. And again, that might be something I can clean up if I don't like it later. And I might, matter of fact, hold on, where did I put them? Oh my gosh, I can't find anything on here. That is terrific. Okay, let me move the eyes a bit actually, because I feel like they're off centered. They're definitely off centered. Yeah, yeah, this will work fine. And let me turn the hair back on, or the front part of the hair back on. Yeah. Okay. So I probably have to fix the eyebrows as well because they're definitely off centered. They don't have to be symmetrical, but I want them to look not weird. Where the heck are these dang eyebrows? Yeah, I'm on the face. Yeah, okay, I got it. Let me move these around. That's a bit better. It didn't have to be perfect. Let me see if I move them down. Hmm, I'll leave them like that for right now. I know. Yo, this is coming out great, actually. All right, we're almost done. I think now the only thing that I really need to do is, and I don't even know if I really want to put the tiara because, look. First off, okay, so Starfire, I'm gonna draw I'm gonna draw a little smirk for Blackfire, so she doesn't look so weird right now. That's really the main thing she's missing is a freaking mouth. So I'm gonna go to her face, start a new vector layer, and then just draw a little smirk. Man, I'm so glad this. I'm so happy with how this came out. I think that fits actually. All right. Now see, this is actually really tough. That's actually oh my gosh, dude. This was actually pretty quick too. We're almost at 7. I think by I think I'm gonna try to stop this stream by maybe 7:15, 7:30 at the latest. Cause I mean everything is about knocked out now. The like if I didn't have to try like this tiara thing, I'd probably just be done. But I do want to see how the tiara would look. I feel like the tiara would set it off. But let's do a quick matter of fact, hold on, let me try something. Because I kind of gave Starfire like this kind of lipstick almost. I just want to see how that would look on Blackfire. Probably won't look that. Hey, hold up. That's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. Let me make it a little bit more prominent. I don't know. I kind of like that. It okay. See, the only thing I don't like about it is there's this one comic called like I Am Not Starfire or something like that, and Starfire has a daughter, and that makes me it reminds me of that, and I don't quite like it. I think me having a light bit of it like that kind of works. Yeah, yeah, I think that works. So yeah, now only the only other thing to do is maybe to test out that tiara thing, but ah, it's really for craps and giggles. Like, oh my God, look at them. They're like sisters. I mean, they are sisters, but they're the same but different. Yeah, this came out pretty well. All right, so time for me to stop glazing. Let's How am I gonna do this? Okay, hold on. Let me look a couple more times because I do I need the T. I'm okay. I'm gonna test out the little tiara thing, just just so I could see if I want it. Okay, so I'm gonna get all these. Wait a dang minute. What? What? Okay, I have something. Something's weird. Oh, okay, I see what I did. But yeah, I got about 15 to 30 minutes. Let me try this out right quick. How do I want to do this? No, genuinely, how the flip do I want to do this? Yo, this stream is only gonna be about 4 hours. That's crazy. Um, lost my train of thought. Okay, so let's start a new layer. Hold on, what even is this layer? Give me a sec. I'm over here all over the freaking. Oh no. Why do I have these stray layers? That's okay. Whatever. But I'm gonna go with a black color. And I'm gonna get all these other layers and just okay, so I can't just lower the opacity. That's interesting. I know why, but it's I hate that it's like that. Give me one sec. I'm gonna put all the non-used layers behind the other layers. And I'm gonna lower the transparency of everything a little bit more. And now I'm going to attempt to make that TR thingy. I just don't know where to put it. Actually, no, I know exactly where to put it, actually. I'm gonna put it behind the hair. Oh, I didn't fill in the hair all the way. That's interesting. Anyway, let's. How do I want to do this? Oh my gosh. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I'm gonna get this and just. I'm gonna go behind this hair and lower the transparency a little bit just so I can tell what I'm doing. But I'm gonna have it come down like right here. And let's say, dang, how do I want to do this? If I have it come up like right here, that would be more along the lines of the Teen Titans version. I don't know that I want that. So I could do a little bit of both actually. And I'm not gonna completely render this like for right now. I just want to entertain the idea of how it would look. You know what I mean? So let me leave that right there. If I like it, I'll rock with it and then draw it one more time. But I just want to kind of get a general idea of how it would look. Okay, so I'm gonna turn the transparency up. And I'm just again entertaining the idea of the little tiara. Cause I want her to like I want I needed to give royalty. Okay, see, there are some things that I genuinely like about that. Oh geez, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so if I bring that down a bit, it's crudely drawn, but it, in fact, let me, so I can get the idea across better. And again, this isn't a fully realized idea. I'm just entertaining the thought of it. But say I have this, right? And it's like this almost crown type thing. Oh, jeez. I didn't put the screen effect on there. Um, they could have like a few highlights. I think that would be pretty cool. Um, and then it's kind of given like a crown. And I halfway like that and I halfway don't. Now, the biggest thing I don't like how it just kind of goes under her hair and then back over it. I don't. And I think it might even just be a bit much in all honesty. Like if we being completely real. Now, one thing I will try. One thing I will definitely try before we end this stream off is just to see how it would look as a band rather than a tiara, which I'm probably still not gonna do that, but oh, okay, honestly, that's kind of tough. The band is kind of tough. If we being all the way 100, that's pretty tough. Let me entertain this a little bit further. I don't think I'm gonna keep it, but there, I kind of like that, but at the same time, I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. In all honesty, okay, let's talk about why I don't want it. Okay, it makes her look a little too different from Starfire, and she's a different character entirely. But I don't want her to look that far from Starfire. And the second reason I don't want to keep it is because most people remember Blackfire, at least respective to the 2003 version, from when she first showed up. Most people don't even really remember, or probably wouldn't even remember the second time she showed up, or at least not as much. So I think for that reason, I'll leave it as is. But on the real, I think this is pretty much done. I'm gonna make a. I would say I'm gonna make a couple cleanups, but honestly, I can make a couple cleanups off stream. So anything else would just be kind of boring stuff. So let me honestly, yeah, I don't think where are the eyes? My bad, y'all. I'm trying to like figure out where everything is. Um, I'm gonna push this highlight a little bit to the right. But other than that, what I'm saying? Like I said, it's nitpicks like this that are really left. There's nothing major that I have to do to this design that I haven't already done. So Control D, Control S. Yeah, y'all, this is the Blackfire drawing, man. It this was fun. This came out better than I expected it to. Let's see. Yeah, here's Starfire and here's Blackfire. She looks a bit more like a villain. They both look like they could be sisters, which they are sisters, but yeah. But with that being said, we uh we pretty much reached the end of the stream. So like I said, wasn't feeling this, but now I am. So yeah, and then again, here's Robin, Cyborg, Raven, Beast Boy, Starfire, and now we have Blackfire. So yeah, thank y'all for tuning in, but I'm gonna go ahead and close out the stream. So if you have any final comments, go ahead and post them and I'll look at them. But yeah, we've reached the end of the stream, so I'll catch you guys.